No, przed Collabothonem. Świetnie, ja siebie słyszę.
Nie za cicho, nie za głośno?
Można ciut głośniej dać. O, bomba.
Mówić takim ciągiem.
Tak, świetnie, teraz mnie chyba słychać. Dobrze, a czy z reżyserki jakiś głos?
Macie mikrofon?
No, kumasz.
Uwaga, mówię. Raz. Raz, dwa. Poproszę pomówić ze mną.
Dobra, słuchaj, jest jakieś lekkie opóźnienie, takie mniej więcej 300 metrów.
Za 300 metrów, skręć w prawo.
Było, poszło, dobra, super. And welcome to 3 days of coding, 3 days of joy of coding in the Hawaiian mood. I'm Szymon Augustyniak. I will have a pleasure and a privilege to host some points of the Collabothon agenda. I'm here in Łódź studio with Marek Gajowniczek, the chief of DTC Łódź Commerzbank Polska, Krzysztof Szydłowski, also from Commerzbank Polska, and Krzysztof Zalasa from Google. Okay, aloha to Łódź, the city hosting the event, and of course, aloha to Commerzbank, the originator and organizer of the event. Aloha, and it's not the last word in Hawaiian. I'm going to use, and I'm not hesitate to use it. I want to say aloha to brave participants of the Collabothon. I want to say e como mai, welcome. Welcome to 175 persons from 8 countries across the globe who joined the competition, who will attend the competition and will face the Collabothon challenges. So I would also like to, I like to say also aloha to partners of Collabothon who founded the 4 challenges we are going to solve during these 3 days. So aloha to Google, aloha to Sages, to City of Łódź, and Commerzbank, of course. I also would like to say aloha to all partners of the event, Boldock Job, Comdirect, and Strefa PMI. Okay, before we go further, I would like to remind the 4 challenges of the Collabothon. First, next generation virtual workplace is a challenge of Commerzbank, and we're looking for solution to increase the comfort and efficiency of work at home. And the winning team will be awarded with 2.5 thousand euro in cash, no, in voucher.
Would be great.
Would be great. You are a bank. You could do it. The next challenge is plants ecological impact, plants ecological effect, and it's a City of Łódź challenge, a quest for calculation of this effect that plants, flowers, meadows, shrubs, etc. have on ecology. And again, the winning team will be rewarded with 2.5 thousand euro voucher. And the third challenge is natural language generation, and it's SAGES challenge. And we look for natural language description of tabular data. And we're looking to improve the capabilities of people with disabilities. So it will be great attempt, and it will be granted. The winners will be granted with the foundation's text mining and NLP training. And the last 4th challenge is smart and sustainable lifestyle. It's a Google challenge, and we are. It's an attempt to create something that will encourage and support individuals to behave more sustainable, reasonable way, etc. And the winning team will be rewarded with the access to Google Quick Labs. Right? Yep. Okay. Time flies quickly to Collabothon participants, and again I want to say aloha avakea, and this time it means good day to all of you. And I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Markus Chromik, a member of board of Commerzbank. Aloha, Markus.
Aloha, Simon.
Hear me. How are you?
Good, very well.
Perfect.
So
great, you could join us today, and floor is yours.
Thank you. So aloha, especially to all our guests and co-sponsors, and also to the participants. I'm the CRO, Chief Risk Officer, and member of the board of Commerzbank, and I'm very exciting to give you some quick words in the beginning, and I'm also very excited to basically see at the end what the outcome of the Collabothon will be. As a Chief Risk Officer, I'm dealing with risks. Well, guess what? you are dealing with risk all the time. Maybe sometimes not in the structural way as we do it in risk management, but at the end, you are all risk manager, because if you take opportunities, you're also taking risk. That is what entrepreneurs and humans do all the time. And that is basically what makes us all risk managers. And I strongly believe that one of the key ways how you can generate new opportunities out of risks and how you can manage risk and become more effective and shape the future is by innovation. And this is a perfect example, because you're dealing here today in the challenges which were just described with some risks, yeah, which we are facing. We are facing environmental challenges up front, and it's fantastic to look what you can do there to basically make us smarter how we're dealing with that. We are dealing with the challenge of communication in this world, and whatever can improve this and help everyone to participate in the communication the same way is mitigating risk of misunderstanding in the world, and of course also the same is then also for the way how we work in our digital workplace, because also there we can find opportunities and also mitigate some of the risks which we have in our current environment. And that's why I'm really excited about the challenges you're not taking on. And because for me, you are also all innovative risk managers the same way you're programming. So the Collabothon is already a well-known established tradition which we have in Commerzbank and in Comdirect, and I'm really glad. I think for the first time that we are doing this now in Łódź. Why? Because Łódź is an important innovative hub for Commerzbank, and especially as a member of the risk function. We really moved very complicated processes in risk management already to Łódź, and our colleagues are doing some very complicated tasks in terms of risk model building, risk model management, and so on in Łódź. So Łódź has become for us a very innovative hub. And that is also true for many other key processes in which we have in the bank. So that has become a very successful enterprise, which we basically started there, and by the way, with great help also from the city of Łódź in those topics, and we are very thankful for that. And that is a tradition we are building on, which we're going to leverage even more for the future. And so I'm very excited that you are now also hosting this Collabothon. In that sense, I wish you the best. I'm crossing my fingers for all participants, and enjoy it, have fun, and I'm curious what comes out. Best luck, and I hand back to the floor. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Markus. Mahalo, thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to Adam Pustelnik, Vice President of the City of Łódź, the host of the Collabothon. Aloha, Adam. Can you hear us?
I can hear you just perfectly. Aloha to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, before I'll start my, let's say, entrance speech, I would like to thank very much Commerzbank for what they have done to the city of Łódź, because I'm really proud to say that Commerzbank is one of the layers of our contemporary economic growth, and we would not be in the stage in which we are right now in terms of economic development, but not only, without broadly perceived Commerzbank's presence in Łódź. So thank you very much for that. Besides of this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that this year Łódź is a host of Collabothon. I'm really proud that 175 people from all over the world expressed their interest in taking up one of the challenges, including the project proposed by our city, which is very close to our heart and very important from the perspective of our current strategy, the ecological effective plants, which in a moment will be in a deeper way described by Aleksandra Stuka-Tulińska. Collabothon is a spontaneous involvement of the international community to help people regardless of their residence, improve the quality of life while caring for the environment in which we live. And I think how important this topic is. The recent 1.5 years, the time of the pandemic, showed us in a very brutal way. Without addressing this issue, this problem, in a most complex, comprehensive, and effective way, we will not be prosperous, and we will not continue to be so successful, both as a city and as a country. So I lay my very deep hopes in this and in your work. I hope that thanks to the involvement of this outstanding group of people, we'll make our personal and professional activity, as well as the environment, safe and pleasant for our residents. This is not only my personal ambition and a dream, but this is something that we share with our residents. When we've done surveys and pretty deep research regarding our new strategy, the ecology, the green element of functioning in the city, was named by far the most important and the most urgent to be addressed among our citizens. So I really keep my fingers crossed. Good luck to anyone who will be involved and who will be working on this issue. I'm really looking forward for the results of your work, because unlike many local governments, I can promise you that we will implement it into our functioning system, into our strategy immediately after we will get the results of it, and it will be very valuably used by us, and it won't be only a suggestion or some theoretical work. I promise you, we will use it as soon as we get those results. So I really lay deep hopes in your work, and fingers crossed. Have a wonderful day and good work.
Great. Sounds great. Thank you very much. Mahalo, Adam. Aloha. And may I invite now Magda Dziewguć, the country manager of Google Cloud Poland. Aloha, Magda. Hello.
Aloha. I'm so jealous to see, what kind of fun you're having with all this Hawaii setup. I regret not coming to Łódź, a mistake I have to correct in the future. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this project. Google only exists because of the innovative spirit, and Google only comes up with the new ideas because of the diversity of internal thinking, of engaging with local communities, engaging and challenging into solving the most difficult problems. We believe that the first step to every problem is really identifying it, understanding that it exists and it's a problem of many people. And the second step is to build a diverse team. I'm repeating this word consciously to bring as many ways of thinking, different perspectives, different looking at the problem together. Because only when we are solving the big problems together, we have a high probability of moving it into the solution. And I hope that today will not only be a great brainstorming, exchange of concepts, high intensive intellectual fun, but also a high probability of solving some of those challenges. Our challenge will be soon explained by Krzysztof, who is from Łódź and probably very happy to be there in person. Google is present in Poland. We are opening offices in more and more places. Not yet in Łódź, but already our head of Google for Startups comes from Łódź, and the new head of digital business is also coming from Łódź. So Łódź is contributing very much to the leadership of Google. For sure, our presence in Łódź will be increasing. So again, thank you for inviting us. Big thank you to the organizing team. We've heard it was a pleasure to work with you. So hopefully next projects together are on the good luck to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Magda. Mahalo. And okay, after these welcome speeches, now we go back to Łódź, to Collabothon headquarters. And our guests in studio will tell us about the challenges. Krzysztof, may I ask you to tell something about what do you expect after, what should happen during your challenge, during the Google challenge?
Yeah, sure, with a pleasure. So first of all,
that's important thing. I forgot.
Okay. I hope for now it's a bit better. So with a pleasure, first of all, Magda is right.
It's green. It should work. Green.
Green.
We go in green.
Okay, so yes, green is the color of today and next 3 days. So I believe it's also related to our challenge. So first of all, when you think about Google, probably you are thinking about search engine, about YouTube, about Play, maybe Maps. So there are big products, but behind the scene, I would like to put into your attention that we are doing really great job in terms of taking care about the environment. It's a very important part of our culture. And it means on level of data center that we are using advanced machine learning capabilities to optimize energy consumption. We are using carbon-free energy sources, and we are going to in 2030 make it 100% powered by this kind of energy. So it's very important core for our company, but it also impacts us as Googlers. So when you are visiting our headquarters, we have bikes when you would like to go from one building to another. You have solar panels which brings electricity to our campus. You have cups made from corn because it's good for environment. So it's very important for individuals. And I believe the key challenge of key topic of this challenge is to change behavior of the individuals and use the most recent technology in order to bring people opportunity to understand their carbon footprint, to make it better. And because of our wonderful collaboration with Commerzbank, it would be great to put it also in the context of the bank, that not only understand, but maybe even put some rewards behind it in order to make it stronger. So it's the topic of the challenge. If you would like to need to get some more clarification, feel free to use our Discord channel for it. I will be here. So this is all. And thank you very much for the invitation.
Perfect, Krzysztof. Thank you. Mahalo. And I'd like to ask another Krzysztof Szydłowski from Commerzbank to describe the Commerzbank challenge, the next generation virtual workplace. What do you want to achieve?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, there is of course also a challenge from Commerzbank, and the challenge is called the next generation virtual workplace. And of course, we can say that it's quite easy challenge, mainly because for the last year, I believe, most of us in IT industry actually is working remotely. So we are testing all those tools, and I hope that the output of this challenge will be that we will bring new ideas to improve the collaboration, to have solution to, for example, maintain office spaces, to improve infrastructure, IT infrastructure, so we could work even better. So this work from home will be more convenient, more efficient, and very often we will use also, of course, solutions like Google Cloud, for example. And on this Collabothon, actually, thank you one more time to Google because we will use actually GCP for this, and all environments will be created on this platform.
One additional question: do you have scrums, remote scrums, for example, during the pandemic?
Yes, of course. Actually, in Commerzbank, it's quite natural because part of the teams are working in Frankfurt, part in Łódź, so we are constantly working in this remote world. But of course, for about a year now, it's a crash course for us to work fully remote.
Great.
So I hope everybody will enjoy that challenge and bring some innovative ideas to the table. Thank you.
To be applied in Commerzbank, for example. Thank you very much. Marek, do you want to add something? Okay. Now I'd like to go live with Aleksandra Sztuka-Tulińska. Aloha, Ola, are you with us? Can we connect?
Aloha.
Okay. Aloha. Aleksandra is chief of the Department of Natural
Environment Management Division.
Oh, Department of Environmental Management or Formation. Ola, can you describe your challenge? What do you want to achieve during this Collabothon?
Yes. First of all, thank you for this Collabothon and the opportunity to work with all those people who are here today. As you already know, our challenge is to calculate. I think the right word is calculate the ecological effect of plants in our cities. I'm sure you all know that the plants, the trees, greenery, is much more than just a nice touch to urban spaces. They protect us from heat, from sun, from rain, and even pollution. And one could say that the tree is kind of a superhero today because it gives us shade and reduces temperatures. I'm sure you all heard of the urban heat island, the effect of heat island. And moreover, it keeps rainwater in our cities and prevents from urban floods. So it's simple calculation. The more trees and plants in our cities, the less likelihood of urban flood in the city. Hence, less damages and pricey constructions. So trees are very, very important, and they help us fight pollution. Every leaf snatches dust and aerosols and helps reduce smog. So there is no hesitation in saying that they are crucial for our well-being in the city, and it is the fact well known to everyone. But the question is, are we really sure we know how beneficial trees in our cities are? So the challenge is to understand better the benefits that trees bring us in our cities, and to develop a solution that will help us calculate those benefits. So let's try to calculate a value which is generated by a tree, a park, a square, every green space in our city for a single resident or a district or a whole city in, let's say, a month or a year. It's up to you. And so take up the challenge and try to develop a method for calculating the ecological effect of a tree, and to gauge how much greenery earns for us. Trees, shrubs, flowers, wherever, and what savings for a city or for a citizen it generates. It should consider influence on temperature in our city, air pollution, property value, and many other things that they are maybe not as well known as you may think, but it is very, very important. I can give you some good examples for this ecological effect. There are some maps on which you can find single trees on streets in the city. It's the map is, for example, for New York or London, and every tree is marked and identified and valued. There are very different ways of valuing this kind of greenery, and I challenge you to find your own. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. I suppose you don't have yet such solution in Łódź, so it would be greenfield, and it's even more exciting for for participants of the Collabothon. Thank you, mahalo, Ola. And I'd like now to connect to Łukasz Konieczny from Sages. Aloha, Łukasz, are you with us?
I'm here, thank you. Thank you for...
Oi, how are you?
I'm fine. Sorry, I cannot speak Hawaiian.
Great.
I'm not answering you
the
correct way. Yeah, thank you for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity to present our important challenge. In our challenge, you will be dealing with only one of many problems which you meet when you're preparing accessible documents and web pages. Accessible documents are documents which can be easily read, understood, parsed by broad range of people, especially by people with disabilities or limitations of different kinds. For example, people who cannot see need text alternatives for all visual information contained in documents. That is videos, pictures, photos, and to some extent tables and tabular data. And the tables themselves are subject of our challenge. We would like you to create a tool which automatically generates such text alternatives for given table. In other words, a simple description in natural language for a given table. This text should describe the structure of the table, that is number of rows, columns, but keep in mind that not all tables have such a regular form of a grid. Text alternatives should also contain a general summary of the table's content. What kind of data it contains? Is it numerical or textual? What are most important headers? What is the distribution of the data? What are the most frequent values? What looks unusual? What is presented in a distinctive style or format? What is highlighted? Are there any obvious trends? And so on. You can be imaginative here. Just keep in mind that we need a description that is shorter than all the data in the table. So do not list the table values row by row, column by column, cell by cell. Creating such descriptions is usually done with a time-consuming manual work, but we believe it can be somewhat automated. So we're looking hopefully forward to see your proposals. In the end, I can give you some technical information, but only short information. Your tool should accept HTML tables, and to give some advice, you can work on examples from Wikipedia, because the tables you find in Wikipedia pages, especially pages from comparison articles, are coded in a clean, nice, regular way, so it's a good place to start. But you can freely use any other examples. So catch me on Discord if you need more information. Thank you very much.
This solution, for example, to read, interpret, and describe infographics
We only focus on tables here on the challenge, but in general, yes, to create an accessible document, we need to deal with all kinds of graphics as well.
Very exciting challenge and great attempt to be. Mahalo, Łukasz. Thank you very much. And well, everything, almost everything is clear. So everything is in your minds, is in your hands, dear participants. And okay, we just began the Collabothon. Aloha Kakao, and it means greetings to all of you. I would like now to invite you to team formation phase. It will be run by Adrian Nowaczyk. And have a great day. Ilama i Kai. Ciao.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, hello, welcome everyone again from Łódź. My name is Adrian Nowacek, and I will lead you right now through the introductions and the rule session. So, I know a lot of you already participate in the Collabothon on-site. We live in the special circumstances, and that's why we wanted to align that to the current situation. Nevertheless, we want to keep as much as possible the habits and the behaviors we have in the past. That's why we want to do the translation to the online virtuality. What does it mean? Maybe I will start from the very beginning. So we are going to have the two contents, the main contents and the challenges. The main content is about introducing the solution which connects the different type of the industries, including banking, including sales, commercial, and so on. The list is not limited. Only the sky is the limit. Your imagination is a limitation. And this is the main contest. All challenges, all projects, all solutions actually take part in the main content. However, we also prepared the 4 very interesting challenges which you can participate and win additional prizes. I know we know the list of the challenges, but shortly let me remind the challenges. We have the Sagas Challenge, Google Challenge, City of Łódź Challenge, and the Commerzbank Challenge. After this session, starting 1 p.m., we will start the team formation. Every single person with the idea is asked, if still didn't do that, to register for the pitch session, and we start the presentation of the ideas. How it's going to look like. So first of all, every single person register for the list with the ideas will have 3 minutes to present the idea. And then it will be the time for you and for all participants who want to support this particular idea to ask the team to contact the team leader and to say, okay, I would like to participate in this challenge, I would like to help, I'm interested in. And we are going to have around 2 hours to form the team. Our goal is to have all teams ready not later than 15 minutes before 5 when we're starting the coding. Talking about the teams, we are prepared for have the teams contains from 5 to 10 participants. And the number 5 is the minimum value. So if you don't have the full number of the team members, you are asked to also make the pitch and then find some people who are interested in this part. Team formation start in the next 45 minutes, and then we start coding. And we are going to code until the Monday morning. But meantime, there is a planned feedback session, which is not obligatory for you. However, if you want to present your current progress of your job and you want to receive the earlier feedback from our business expert, from our jury, you can sign for this session, provide the presentation, and then you will have the opportunity to receive the feedback. If not, the next very important point in our agenda is Friday morning. Because around afternoon we are going to close the coding and then the preparation of the results start. At 3 p.m. on Friday, the presentation of the results starts. Every single team will have 3 minutes to present the idea and then 3 minutes to answer the questions from the jury, and obviously to convince the jury for the idea. This session ends around 5:30, and then jury is going to have the very short break for the final discussion and to select the winners of our competition. And on Friday at 6 p.m. We will announce the winners of the main content and the winners of the challenges. If you have any questions, any doubts, remember about Discord channel. There you can find our team members, you can find the experts from our challenges, you can find everything what is needed. In case if you need any additional question, feel free also to send an email using the Collabothon at commerzbank.com. And shortly, good luck. We will have the next session in the next 40 minutes, and then we're starting the team formation part according to the schedule provided on the page on the Discord. Thank you very much for now. Thank you for this part. See you later. Bye. Hello, welcome from Łódź again. So I would like to remind you we're still waiting for the participants to join our team forming session. I would like to ask the first four teams register for the pitch session to log into our streaming platform, and in a few minutes we start the pitch session. So again, I am reminding the first batch to log in, and then we will start. So please be patient. We'll just get back in the few minutes. Thank you again, and see you in a few minutes. Bye. Aloha. Welcome again. We already have the few participants online. However, we have to a bit change the order how we are going to lead our pitch session. Everyone time just log into the tools. So let me take a look on the list. Who is ready? So we have right now on the list Shimon from Completely Insane City Druids. So Shimon, be prepared. In a few seconds, I will just ask you to join our stream, and you are going to have 3 minutes to present us your idea. Okay, Shimon, we will see you. we will just see you. So, are you ready?
Sort of.
Okay, let's show begin. You have 3 minutes to present your idea.
Hopefully, I don't have to fill all the 3 minutes. Hello from sorry. Hello from CICD team. CICD stands for, as you heard, Completely Insane City Druids. As you can see, I bet all of you know the meme when someone says why the trees can do something useful like Wi-Fi, right? And the guy who answered him is, so what's about oxygen? But the trees are much more than oxygen. Trees can do much more for us and for cities, especially, than just producing oxygen. Trees have impact on temperature, on humidity, even the mood of the people who live in the cities. More green, more happiness. Also, the number of trees and number of green areas in the cities can have great impact on the cost of estates in the cities. How the buildings in the cities are, you know. How God, forgot the word. Whatever. Well, our project is focused on showing this on the map, how every tree, every piece of green that we place on the map impacts the part of the city which will be used in our application. If you're interested and you don't have a team to join, you can come to us. Maybe we'll. Thanks a lot.
One more question, Shimon. How many people you are looking for?
I don't know. We didn't think that we would have so many volunteers to join us.
So I see the sky is the limit.
No, the space we are sitting in.
Okay. One more question I have to ask. What do you have on your face?
We are druids.
It's our aloha. Okay. Thank you very much, Shimon, for this part. So right now, I would like to ask the next team. It's Michał from the team called Michał without the name. So I would like to ask the Michał Kotecki to join right now the session. Okay, let's wait, and I will just try to prepare the timer. Let's go ahead. 3 minutes start now.
Okay, I'm Michał Kotecki from the Codebakers team. Our idea is not an app; it's just an additional feature to the that can be implemented in any video call app. this is something we thought that would be really useful in office work, and that's something that we don't see anywhere else, and that would get very useful. So our idea is to have this voice to text recognition, and when there is a team meeting at work, the voice would get converted to text, and we would have the chat that would be displayed with all of the messages that were said, but the point is to just be able to go through everything, because after the meeting, an hour-long meeting or something like that, you don't remember a lot of the stuff that's the key points. So the idea is to also use AI to recognize the most significant bits that were part of the conversation, like some numbers that were said during the meeting, and also the participants could also just pin those most important messages to have the meeting notes easily organized, and that way I think that would greatly improve the way we work.
Okay. Do you like any other participants, any team members for your team?
We already have 5 team members.
Okay.
So I think that's okay.
I see. But are you looking anything else? Anyone else to join you, or you are done?
No, I think we are good. I think we gather some great people, and I think it would be an awesome teamwork in the next 2 days.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much, Dan, and good luck.
Okay, thank you.
And right now, I would like to invite the next person, the next team. This time is the Adrian from the coffee team.
Okay, hi guys. So as mentioned, we are a coffee team, already 4 of us, and there is our idea. Can you imagine the situation? Is it again 8th meeting this day? Have you get up from your chair for more than 5 minutes? How long is it now? A week? A month? Maybe even a year? How is your back? We hope you stretch every day, right? Or maybe you made yourself a coffee, but you are drinking it alone again, sitting at home, yes? Have you watched something inspiring yesterday and you would like to share it with your team, but all of them are sitting on their meetings? Yeah, we all have the same problems, but don't you worry, there is a solution to all of that problems. You just need a reason to get up from the computer and of course a space where you can meet with your team. Sitting at home, everything seems to go according to the calendar, but everything that is needed is just simple. Hey, I'm going for a coffee. Are you going with me? Yeah, it brings memories, I know. We need an app that will take care of our breaks. We can plan plenty of features, but we are focused on what we commonly did when we were working in an office. But we do not when we are working from homes. Going for a coffee, sometimes with teammates, but sometimes alone. Who knows who will you meet in a kitchen? Who knows what inspiration you will find there? Getting for a walk, just simple one, to the colleague desk or maybe a room, different floor. Maybe you will encounter someone on your way that you haven't seen for a long time. Sharing what you do, what you saw, what you discovered with a group of people, maybe by your desk. So it's mostly social life and activity that we lack sitting at home. So we need an app that will connect you for your virtual coffee, keep you within a time box. You can relax now, you are having a break with your teammates as usual. But that's not all right. But that's not all, right? You need to move now. You need an activity. But what can stop you from going out for a walk with your teammate? Just choose one topic, rooms, propose your own topic, and go for a walk for 15 minutes break. But remember, there is one condition. If you want to talk with a group of people, you have to walk. We sit too much now, so why just not put your shoes on and go for a talking walk, yes, with your friends? And remember, every time you can meet someone from your company, maybe even someone who can change your life or career. So that's the idea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Who are you looking for your team?
Mostly a person with backend skills, maybe. Yeah, one or two.
Okay, so if anyone is interested to join to Adrian's projects, Adrian's idea, just try to connect Adrian on Discord.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to invite you for now for the short technical break. We will meet in the next 5 minutes. And meantime, I would like to ask us, the team members, just to register to just continue the session. Thank you. See you in the 5 minutes. Hi, hello, welcome again. So right now I would like to ask the Martin.
Hello, aloha. So I will keep it really short because our topic is like interactive analysis of urban areas, green areas in Łódź. So basically, we are working on the topic of the project of City of Łódź. Our main idea is, I dare you to walk outside in Łódź right now when it's hot in the summer, like 1 p.m. or 12 a.m. It's really hot. So our idea is to analyze as smart as possible the spatial validators which we can find, which we are now thinking about how to find them online, and then like mix them, maybe add some kind of smart machine learning topics in order to find the best solutions, best areas where city lacks green areas, and places where basically people or the city could grow as much green plants as possible. So to keep it short, that's it from our side. And already we have like a team for 5 great people still. We are looking for some experts from data scraping, from Google Maps, or basically like Google topics. So if anyone is open to join and is good at scraping data, acquiring data from the internet, please ping us, and we will be happy to join one or expert to our team.
Okay, Marcin, thank you for sharing your idea. I would like to ask right now the Green Coin team to prepare. Meantime, I would like to remind all of you this pitch session is obligatory to register as a team. So if you already registered and you still didn't confirm your presence on our streaming, please contact us on Discord or just connect to the streaming tool and present the idea during the pitch in this or the next session we start in a few minutes. It's obligatory because if you don't register as a team, your solution is not going to take part in the contest. So right now I would like to invite the next team, the Green Coins team. So please be prepared, and your 3 minutes starting right now.
Perfect. Hey guys, my name's Andreas. I'm from the team Green Coin. This is an idea of a name that we threw out there. It's, we can discuss about it later. So our idea is to make the world a more sustainable place using the Google challenge. One big thing everybody has to ask themselves, how much time do we have left in this world for the sustainability that we are trying to reach? We don't have 50 or 100 or 150 years to do this. We only have 10, 20, maybe 30 years to do this. So the only way, in my opinion, to be able to do this, to be able to reach these goals, is to make it profitable for the people to be actually be sustainable. And how are we going to do this? We're going to create a reward system for people that buy sustainable products and sustainable services. And the system that we thought about is you go to a store, that you have a lot of products in all of the different places there in the store, and we have certified products certified by our company that will be sustainable. We will check that they are sustainable for things like fair trade, for things like biological agriculture and things like that. And if the customer actually buys these, it will get put into our system. They will be awarded points, which they can also use to buy other things. Maybe charge your car for free for one time, or buy other sustainable things, or do a sustainable vacation. So they can use their points to buy other sustainable things. Now, why is this profitable for everybody? Well, simple. The people actually get awards for being sustainable, making it really attractive for them, and not only something that their children or their grandchildren can fix some other time. Also, the companies that want to join us and have their products in our system, they will get free advertising. It's pretty much not free advertising. We have to find some system to make this a business aspect, but their products will be with us. People will buy their products more to be able to get our award points, which is a really nice system because the side effect is a sustainable world. And if you even go on and pitch it even further, I would even say I'm just going to go crazy with the idea. More and more companies would like to be sustainable, to be able to join our awards point system and make it a huge sustainable circle. This is the idea we have here. And yeah, I hope you guys really are ready to change the world with the idea.
Okay, thank you very much for very interesting pitch. I'm very happy to see that the packages already get there. So yeah, I can see our very interesting gadgets. Good to have you on board. One more question at the end, because I see you have a very impressive team behind your back. Do you looking for anyone else who can join your team?
Well, to be honest, they're not all on my team. We're like a school that decided to join the hackathon together. And we got like this room up here to do it. And there's a lot of different teams here now. So we're about 7 people now. And of course, if anybody else wants to join, I guess up to 10, we're up for it for sure.
Okay, thank you very much again. So if anyone is interested, the person is welcome to join the team. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck. And right now, I would like to invite the next participant for the next presentation. This time is going to be Jurand and the team. Okay, I see the Jurand is not ready, so maybe let's go with the next team. Jurand, please be prepared. You are going to be next. Right now, I would like to invite Maciej and Maciej's team. Maciej, hi, welcome.
Hello.
Okay, Maciej, I will just prepare right now the timer for you, and you are going to have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, let me briefly introduce our idea. It will be an easy-to-use smartphone application that supports the user in taking ecological friendly behaviors in everyday road trips, such as home, school, homework, etc. The user will receive coins for each pro-ecological deeds, such as driving a car with a group of people, using more ecological form of transport like electric cars, or public transport, bicycle, or simple taking a walk instead of ride. In cooperation with local governments or private companies, the coins will be exchanged for the vouchers, discounts, or many other small bonuses, like free public transport tickets, cinemas tickets, and so on. Currently, our team consists of 4 programming enthusiasts, mostly backend oriented. We are looking for UX, UI designers. If you are interested in our topic, feel free to ask. We will be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your pitch. As Maciej mentioned, Maciej is looking for the team members. If anyone is interested in participating in Maciej's teams, just stay in touch with Maciej on our platform called Discord. Thank you very much, Maciej, again for your pitch. Right now, Jurand, please be prepared. And the next person is going to be Maria. So Maria, be prepared. You are the next. Right now, let's connect with our colleague. Jurand, are you there? Are you there? Hello, hello. Aloha.
Aloha. Hi, everyone.
Aloha. So your 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I just posted an idea to create some, and I am thinking about doing something that will, have all the supplies that we have at home. For example, I know everything what is in the fridge or in the kitchen drawers with expiration dates and maybe some shopping lists. And it was just an idea. And when I logged into Discord, I saw that I have a whole team with my name. So I have no team. If there are people that are interested in creating such an app, I'm welcome to have an open conversation and maybe ideas how to make, I don't know, for example, recipes for the food that we have at home, for those things like that. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if anyone is interested to join Uran team, feel free to ask him ask the question on Discord. Before I will invite the Maria, I would like to remind all of you, we together with our partner Google prepared the GCP platform that can be used during the whole event. So if you want or you need to use the GCP in your project, feel free to contact Google colleagues on the Discord and ask to join and just to prepare the special environment dedicated for this project. Right now, I would like to invite the Maria, and after Maria, I would like to invite for the pitch the Plan Green team. Aloha, Maria.
Aloha. Hi, everyone.
Aloha.
So
I see you also have very interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. What's that? It's our it's our
yeah, it's just like a different life.
It's our necklace. So Maria, you have right now your 3 minutes to present your idea, and this 3 minutes starting now. Good luck.
Thank you. So hi everyone, my name is Maria. I am with the EcoSurf and we are participating in the Google Challenge. So as you probably never think about, but this stream is consuming energy, and this energy can be translated into carbon. And we are consuming a lot of carbon. Each time you load a web page, there's like 6 grams of carbon generated to get the energy to load that page. And the entire web emits in a year as much carbon as the aviation industry. So if a company these days wants to lower their carbon footprint, they will just use renewable energy sources, or they will offset their carbon footprint. But as a user, you don't have many choices because your energy is dependent on the type of energy that your supplier is providing. Therefore, we believe that if you want to lower the carbon footprint at the user's end, you can lower the energy usage. And at EcoSurf, we believe that we can improve our web practices and focus on making them more sustainable. And we want to do that by changing the behavior of individuals and bring people to understand their virtual carbon footprint by building a system that lets the user know how much carbon they will use before actually clicking on a web page and consuming that carbon. And we believe that this kind of system will raise the user's awareness about the carbon, the virtual carbon footprint, and will push web developers to consider more sustainable web practices, which will make the users choose the more environmental solution like their solutions. So unfortunately or fortunately, we are already 10 people, so we are a full team and full house. But yeah, we wish good luck to everyone and see you in the finals.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much for the very interesting pitch. Good luck, Maria. So, and right now it's the turn for the next team. This time it's going to be the Plan Green. Hi, how are you?
Still good. We are getting here.
Oh, it's my mistake. Yeah, I know we already presented the idea. So right now we don't have anyone else on the list. I would like to ask any other team to join. If you want to present the idea, just let us know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I see Plan Green. Yeah, sorry. I made the mistakes. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, we just got back. Hello. Yeah.
Hi there.
Sorry for that. Sorry, but no extra points for that. I miss you, but I hope that your project will be very, very interesting as well. So right now, then you have your 3 minutes to present the idea. Let's go ahead.
Okay, so we choose the prototype of like lots of the city, where we actually thought of like, okay, well, the problem is that like the greens areas and stuff and so on, they can actually provide like huge benefit for like the city and all the people that are living in there through air purification, decreasing the temperature, stuff like that. And also we want to connect that how actually like the increase of the property value can be forecasted in a way, because for example, people living in a district with a lot of parks, with a lot of fresh air, with like a lot of, or not that much air pollution, actually the real estate can increase. And therefore we created like a kind of, we want to create a web based application that can be used by governments with like an administration and a user website, where they can kind of like see, okay, all the data that they're getting in, like from the traffic agencies and all these kind of things, how many trees they're planting, everything, and then combining that and also seeing like the outcome of like the industry emissions, the household emissions, stuff like that, and how much like the greenery is producing to counteract that. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And yeah, we're 4 people so far, and yeah, we're still looking for some people in front-end web development, and yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry again for missing you. I hope it's not a bad sign for you. Let's keep finger crossed for the green team, and good luck. Thank you. Okay, I would like to remind you again, right now we just run out of the teams. There is no one waiting in the list. I'm reminding again, this pitch session is obligatory. Presenting the idea is obligatory. Right now we are going to have a 5 minutes break. This break is for registration for the team who didn't present the idea yet. Or if you have the idea and you want to form a team, you want to share your idea, you want to invite others to participate, just feel free to write it on the Discord, and in the next session we will have the additional pitch and you will have the opportunity to convince others to join. Meantime, thank you very much, and waiting again for your submissions. Bye. We have 3 next teams in the line. In the minute, I would like to ask the Neo Tatagat team and the Neo Tatagat Coffee Break team to present the idea. Meantime, I would like to also remind you at 3 p.m. We starting the webinars, and this hour and the 45 minutes will be the final time to prepare the teams. And at 4:45 we just start the coding, and we present also the list of the teams which are officially qualified for the content. Okie dokie, my friends. So hello Tatagat, can you see us? Can you hear us? Yes, I think you can. So Tatagat, right now your 3 minutes are starting now. Okay, sorry Tatagat, we have some technical issues because unfortunately we cannot hear you. So I will just skip right now to the next team, to the Piotr team. Tatagat, meantime, please just check your devices and we try to connect you in the next round. Sorry for that. So Piotr, please prepare you and your team for a pitch, and we will invite you in the few seconds to join us. Okay, I see that Piotr is ready. Aloha, Piotr. How are you doing?
How is everybody doing?
Great. So your 3 minutes starting right now. Let's go ahead. Good luck.
Sure, thank you. So WOLAB is our take at the Future of Work challenge that is one of the challenges on this hackathon. And throughout this pandemic, all of us, meaning the team here, we found out that not a lot of people at home have a luxury of having a whiteboard, on premises, right? So, according to us, most of us are engineers. Whiteboards are dramatically improving the trail of thought, the value you're producing. Just it helps you with thinking, not being locked on the laptop that we're used to using. So WOLAB is our take at the next generation of whiteboards. It's going to be fully immersive, AR-driven whiteboard that is multiplayer, so it can facilitate more than one person in real time, and it's going to be allowing you to convert any type of wall. So I'm at the office right now, and this wall is it's a blackboard actually, but at home your walls are not used to be written on, and so we will enable you to be able to stick unlimited number of sticky notes on your wall, unlimited amount of photos, graphs. We will integrate with Google Docs so you can share your charts and your data. Sky is the limit, actually. So we'll see how we will perform on that hackathon. So we might actually think up more functionalities as we go. But this is the general idea. I know I still have a minute to go, but this is just about it. We will be looking for a designer. So the three of us here is 2 engineers, 1 marketing person, and yeah. So if someone out there can design nice things, please join our team and help make it a reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if anyone is interested, just stay in touch with Piotr and with the Piotr team. Maybe there will be the good opportunity to do together something great. The same, I would like to remind you, the minimum size of the team is 5. So if you don't have the team of 5 or above, you still need to find someone else. You still need to convince others to join your teams. So right now, let's try to connect to the Tatagat again. But in case of the issues again, then we will switch immediately to Adam. So both, please be prepared. So Tatagat, hello, can you hear me this time?
I can hear you. The question is if you
Yes,
can hear me.
and I can hear you as well. So perfect. So let me just prepare the timer for you. And your 3 minutes start quite soon. And your 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Adrian. So the idea is called coffee break. Home office is very nice. You get to stay at home. You don't have to travel and everything. Very many advantages. But there's one thing I miss on my personal level, and that is called flow of indirect information. Think about you're sitting in the office, you take a break, you go to the coffee room, you are in the kitchen, and you hear two colleagues talking about something that you want to work in the future or about which you know something. So you get involved in this topic automatically. Or you're sitting on your desk and your colleague is having a phone conversation with somebody in a different location, but you hear something, you hear some keywords and you say, hey, this interests me. I want to talk about it. I want to know more about it, or I want to contribute to this topic. So you go to this person. This is called indirect information. This is missing at home office because when I start working on a topic, I'm just deep into this topic and have no idea outside the daily that we have every day what other people are working on. So how do we fix this information gap? So the idea is to use the standard tools that we have in the bank, Jira, Teams, Outlook, but create an add-on, create a software on top of it, something which is called an in-office Twitter. So what happens is every time somebody takes a task from Jira and says, I want to start working on it, some kind of smart software like AI or something will create some tweets, some hashtags about this topic and post it in the cloud. Me as a user can already register for some of these topics. Say I'm only interested in security. So every time a security pops up in somebody's user story, I will get a tweet. I won't get a tweet about everything, but this topic I will get because I registered for it. So as soon as I get this tweet, I have the option to click on this tweet and start and create a Outlook coffee break meeting. And I can talk to this guy for 5 minutes after work or whenever. So this is the idea. So this tweeting can, whenever somebody starts working on something, there are some special keywords, hashtags created, and other people can register for it and then can grab this information. The same thing can be turned around. So if I'm working on a topic and I need help, I can post my own question hashtags on this Twitter, internal Twitter, and people who are like professional in this topic or know a lot about it, they will get this tweet because they have it in profile. They say like, hi, I'm a database guy. I can help you with database things. And then this allows us, prevents the spamming that happens in a group chat, for example, but you can contact dedicated people who could help you or the other way around whom you could help. So that is the idea about this topic.
Okay, Tataka, thank you very much. One more question. Are you looking for anyone?
We have some people who are interested in the topic, but right now we don't really have a complete team. So some UI developers, some business guys, anybody who's interested, please just pop into the chat and let us know. Be nice.
Okay, thank you very much. By the way, I love your outfit, especially glasses.
Thank you.
Tataka, thank you very much for your pitch. Good luck to you and your team. Okay, my friends. Right now we just preparing for the next speech. This time is Adam and Adam's team. Hello, Adam. Are you there? Yes, I can see you.
Yeah.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, I wish I had a cool outfit.
Okay, then let's shows begin right now. Your 3 minutes pitch start.
Awesome. So what I want to build is super simple. I want to have to give your teammates a way to really share their thoughts. I notice in a team setting, it's really hard to have people speak their minds. Like most of the time, you have those extroverted people that take over Slack or Discord or whatever. And it's very hard to really get to know what people think of the particular subject. So let's say you want to discuss the new Collabothon idea. So you post the Collabothon team topic with your friends, and they can share their ideas anonymously. So they don't have to be scared that the idea is not as cool as others and so on. and the person who posted the topic can decide when to share all the ideas with everyone. So this way you really get to know what other people think and what they want for example, for the new Collabothon in this particular case. Yeah, and I think it's actually pretty much it. So I'm open to questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question is the same as for everyone. Who are you looking for?
Oh yeah, so I can build this on my own, but I could build this on my own, but the rules prevent me from doing that. So I'm actually looking for people if this is even possible to begin with. But yeah, basically I don't have a team yet, so that's the issue.
Okay, Adam, thank you very much for the interesting pitch. Good luck for the Collabothon. Okay, so I would like to remind you again, right now we're just waiting for the next participants. Pitch session is obligatory for everyone. If you want to participate in the next part of the event, you have to register as a team, or at least you have to register your idea and build the team and go forward to the next session. Right now, we are going to have the next break. During the break, we waiting for the next persons who are interested in the pitch. And then we will continue with the pitch session as soon as we will have the new registration here. So thank you very much again for this part, and good luck. See you in a few minutes. Thank you. Aloha, everyone. Oh, yeah, I think this time is better. Hello again from Łódź. Today, and this time I'm with my friend. So I see we have one additional team on the list. So right now we are going to have the one additional pitch session. And I still reminding everyone, if you have the idea, if you still want to present anything, just register, just raise your hand and present your idea for everyone. Because this is obligatory for everyone who want to be officially registered for our event. But meantime, let's invite our colleague Janka, if I pronounce, yeah, it's Janka, yeah. So how are you? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I want to say you something about our project. So, you
Yes,
know.
Exactly. So your 3 minutes start right now.
Thank you. So, like you know, I'm Janka, and our team, we name our team Ekote. We are from Stettin, and we are interested in the subject of natural language generation. We are planning to create interactive tool that can help people with disabilities to read tabular data. And we are going to use dataset from Google that contains tabular data from Wikipedia, translated by real people to natural language to achieve this goal. And additionally, we would like to base our project on the latest articles from the field of clinical pragmatic and experimental pragmatic, which would help us to better suit our project from cognitive process of our target group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you looking for anyone else for your team?
No, we have all team.
You are full, okay,
Yes,
I
we are
see.
7 people, so I think.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your very interesting pitch, and I also wish you the best and the good luck in the Collabothon 2021.
Thank you very much.
And we also have right now one additional guest. It's Helena. So Helena, be ready to start in the few seconds. Meantime, I would like to remind you again, this pitch session is obligatory for everyone. If you want to be registered as a participant and to participate the next part of the tournament, you have to provide your pitch, provide your presentation for everyone here. Only around 35 minutes left, so we're just closing the pitch session at 3 p.m. and we're just starting the webinars that time. And after that, all team members without the team, actually all participants without the team will have around 1 hour and a half to find the team or to support of the existing idea, or maybe just to register additional pitch. Okay, I would like to right now invite Helena. Okay, I see Helena is not with us again. So again, last reminder about that this session is obligatory. Feel free to sign up for the team formation part. Just register your name or your idea on Discord, and then you will be guided by our organizing team how to connect the session, and you will have the opportunity to lead the session. We're right now going to have the additional break, the 10 minutes break. And I would like to ask all of you to prepare the list of the questions, write down those questions of the general support channel on Discord. And in the next session, in the next 10 minutes, if we will have the participants, new team members who want to join the idea, then we just go forward with the pitch session. And if not, then I will try to answer all the questions we gathered during this break. So thank you very much. Waiting for your registrations. See you in the 10 minutes. Thank you. Aloha, aloha, everyone. I think the aloha word is the most commonly used word over the Europe those days, and I hope it's going to be the most commonly used in Europe until the end of this week. We have one additional participant, so in the few seconds we connect with Mark. And again, I'm reminding you, this is the last call. If you have the idea to share, you have the last 20 minutes to register your idea, to register for Collabothon 2021 in Łódź and online. So let's try to connect with Mark. Mark, how are you doing?
Hello, aloha. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yeah, we can hear you. We can see you. Nice to see you. Nice to have you here on the Collabothon. So I'm just preparing the timer especially for you. So you have right now 3 minutes to share your idea. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark, and we looked at the Google challenge and tried to figure out a way a bank can use all the data we can obtain from our customers to reward them for a sustainable lifestyle. So we think when you invest in an ESG fund, when you take out a loan for a solar panel, when you buy at an ecological grocery store, we can reward you for that. Yeah. And we thought, why not put this into a game and maybe have in the banking app some kind of tree which is growing once you do something like that, and maybe have a map where your avatar moves along a certain path, and when you reach a certain point, you will get the reward, you will get a special card design, or you will get discounted train tickets, something like that, yeah? And we think that gamification is the best way to encourage our customers to live more sustainable. And we think that the bank already has so much data that we want to merge that and allow them to reward their customers. And that's pretty much our idea all along. We are 2 people right now in Germany, very business, very UI focused. So if you are a developer, I'm happy to welcome you in our team. If you are anything else, I'm also happy to welcome you and to do this project together with you. Thank you.
Okay, then, thank you very much. So Mark is looking for the developers to support Mark's ideas and the Mark's team. If you are interested, just stay in touch with Mark, just write to him, just call him, whatever you want, whatever, just contact Mark and support the idea. Thank you, Mark, for your part. So good luck for the Collabothon. Okay, we have around 15 minutes left. I would like to remind you again, this is the last 15 minutes to register the ideas. So just register you're willing to present the idea during the pitch on the Discord. Just write it, or just log in to our streaming tool and you will be the next one. Meantime, I would like to answer the question about the number of the participants. At the beginning, I mentioned the teams, according to the rules, the teams should be from 5 to 10. Looking at that, we have a various number of the teams, and not all of them are the team of 5s. We will wait until the end of the team formation, and if we end the team formation and there will be the teams with less than 5 participants, we will approve these teams as well. However, I would like to strongly convince everyone who still doesn't have a team to support the team, to support the idea, and to just select the team. I see right now we have one more person on the list waiting in the queue. Benjamin, please be prepared. Your pitch session start in the next few seconds. I would also remind you at 3 we just starting our webinars, and I am very happy to announce the first one because it's the webinars of my colleague Adam Wojciński, and Adam is going to talk about the project we are currently doing in a commerce bank. So it's going to be very interesting one. So you are welcome to participate this webinar and also others. Okay, let's try to connect right now with Benjamin. So Benjamin, hello. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we cannot see you, but we can hear you. So let's go ahead.
Yeah.
So your 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I came up with an idea just now, inspired by the previous speakers, and I'm trying to beat the Commerzbank challenge to increase our home office efficiency and happiness. And the idea I have is what we lack in our lives, in our remote lives, is a sense of randomness, because every day we just wake up, go to work, and go to work just means starting up our laptop and starting working. At 3 p.m. we stop working, and maybe we have a wife or children at home, so we have some sense of social interaction. But otherwise than that, we don't have any random interactions during the day, like we would have, for example, when we would travel the train. And to induce that into our lives, I think it would be great to have an app which you could register and say what you're interested in. So, for example, I would be interested in database development. And then you have some other person who also registers, is interested in the same topic. And if you just want to shut down a few minutes, talk about the topic you're interested in, you call up the app and say, let's meet. And you randomly, completely randomly, unpredictable, connect to a stranger whom you don't know at all. And you talk to him about your interest. And this idea should replace this, for example, in the train, when you see a stranger, he sits next to you, you see a book in his hand, and it's a book about a topic you're really interested in, and you ask him, hey, what is this about? How is the book? And yeah, that's basically my pitch. The idea is to, induce some randomness in meeting people, developing friendships at random, even while we are at home and meeting no people at all. And yeah, up until now, I'm a sole developer because I only came up with the idea just now. And yeah, I hope you're meeting.
Okay, thank you very much for your presenting your also very, very interesting idea. If there is anyone who wants to support the Benjamin project, Benjamin idea, just stay in touch with the Benjamin, just write him on the Discord. So, like I said, we have the less than 15 minutes left to finalize this session. So right now, I would like to invite you for the very, very short break. We will get back as soon as there is a new person who wants to share the idea. If not, around the 3, we'll just finalize the pitch session and we're starting our webinars. Thank you very much for the participation in this part, and see you in the next few minutes. Thank you. Hello, my friends. Aloha. Again, it's Łódź. We are live from Łódź in Poland, in the middle of the Poland, the city of the possibilities. Shortly, we don't have any other new registrations. So in the 5 minutes, we are going to close the team formation and we are going to start the webinars. Our first guest is going to be Adam from the Commerzbank, and a very interesting webinar about the technology we are currently using in the Commerzbank. So meantime, answering the questions and talking about that, what's happening next. In the next 1.5 hours, our friends from the organizing team will stay in touch with you. I mean, we will stay in touch with the team captains, team leaders to confirm that the pitch is ready, which was presented is ready to go, and the team is ready to go. So we are going to get back in the next 5 minutes, and we're just starting the webinars. Thank you very much, and see you in the few minutes. Hi, hello, it's Łódź again today and this time with Adam. But before we go forward with the webinars, I would like to officially close the pitch session. Right now, you have the 1 hour and half to finalize the team formation, and the next meeting is going to be around 4:45, and then we're starting the coding. But before we do that, we officially present the list of the teams and the ideas registered for the contest. So thank you very much for all of you who participate in the speech session. Good luck with the event. And right now, I would like to introduce you Adam Wojcicki from Commerzbank and his speech. Hello, Adam.
Hello.
Yeah, pretty good. Hello, everyone, and welcome in my cave.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck, and see you later. Bye.
Okay, so we have like 45 minutes plus some questions. I hope that will be some question after it. If that will be some question in the middle, please write on the chat or somewhere. To be honest, I don't know where, but I will find it. And that's pretty bad. That is actually one-way communication between us. So you heard me, but I didn't hear you. I preferred, the option like I see the people. But yeah, I like this. And today my speech or small talk will be not so technical as well. Will be more about human and will be more about the real story and the things what happening right now in the Commerzbank, because it's quite interesting and it's actually probably something like this happens only once. Yeah, so that's a good time to join. Yeah, but we'll talk about it later actually. Where to start actually? Oh yeah, first of all, sorry and big apologize for my haircut. And actually, previously when my guys asked me about that, I said that's because of the coronavirus, but that's not true. That's something worse because I already got the coronavirus and I'm almost lucky. But that's something worse. I'm getting older, and that's actually the last time when I can have longest hair. So I take this chance. Yeah. So I'm looks like this right now. And what is funny, today on the morning, my son told me that I look like the guy from the TV. Yeah. So I was, yeah, that's good. Yeah. And I thought about the Iron Man because we watching Iron Man. But it wasn't Iron Man. I will show you who it was. Maybe I share the screen first. Message from audience will display here. Please let me know someone is there, because right now it looks like I'm alone. Can someone type something here to prove that actually it works? Because that could be on the GCP, so sometimes not working. Okay, that's good. Thanks. So let's share the screen and let's start the presentation. Yeah. So where is sharing? This is the sharing, and I will be share whole screen because I have nothing to hide. Yeah. And this, well, it's my presentation, what I prepare for you, and okay, let's start it. I hope you see this like me, like on the whole screen. So that's me. And today I will be talking about cloud revolution. So something what is happening in our cluster, actually in Poland, in Łódź right now. Okay, let's talk about this guy from the TV, because I spent some time in the morning and I know who my son watched, and this is this guy. So not Iron Man, but still good, I think so. Anyway, yeah, I love old school stuff, so the MacGyver is cool, yeah, no question about it. And even sometimes right now I'm feeling like the MacGyver, especially when I'm stopped doing this. I'm in the C++ and I'm start doing this on the bottom. I'm in Python, yeah. So I like thinking about Python, because actually I'm the Python guy. I will tell you about my ideas to share knowledge with Python later. But I'm a Python guy, and I like to think about Python like this is the problem solver. Yeah. So don't care about the language. It could be different, but Python for me is the best problem solver. So it's quick and it's quite good to be scalable actually in the future. So we will talk about it as well. Okay, so who am I? Yeah, who am I? And it's like right here in my office, because I'm working from home since like 1 year, probably, or even more. So it's like 32 degrees right here. So I decided to ask my Ubuntu, who am I? And this is the answer. So that's me, actually. So I'm Adam. If you don't know me, probably, and that would be good to share. The good way to get some knowledge about me is visit my channel. I've got a YouTube channel called Get It Job or Get IT Job. It depends what you prefer actually. So the both names are good, I think so. And what I'm doing here on this channel, actually, I'm trying, or I'm not trying, I'm actually have some successes So I'm teaching Python here, yeah, because I think that Python is the best language to start. So I'm teaching Python from scratch, for the beginners actually, and yeah, we're trying to touching some more complex topics. But actually, if you are not programmer or you know someone who is not programmer right now and want to try, that's the best place. Yeah. So there is a lot of tutorials, of course, but these are easy and with really small steps. So yeah, enjoy if you want to. And besides of that is actually I've got the page. Oh, newsletter. I got the page, the same domain name, getjob.pl. And this is, we've got the C++ and Python as well, so we can learn both this language from this page. But there is a lot of brilliant knowledge here about both these languages. That's mostly about if you want to find a job, yeah, and you need something what will be teaching you how to find a job. That's a really good place, but you need to be quicker because this page will be completely destroyed and built again, and probably for some time that's not going to be available like that. So be quick and be patient when we will be fixing some stuff here. And let's back to the presentation. Yeah. So yeah, YouTube, blog, and of course I'm working as a Python developer in the Commerzbank right now. What else can I tell you? Oh yeah, I have something what is I think really cool, because I'm right now I'm in the middle of the cleaning of my house. No, it's not even the middle. So let's say it's early phases of cleaning, but I find something really cool because some people collecting different stuff, yeah, and I found my collection of badges inside the Raspberry Pi boxes, but I'm collecting the badges, yeah, and I have a lot of cool badges. I don't know how it will be. Maybe I stop sharing the screen. I will be bigger. Let's check it. How this works. For sure. Let's stop sharing. Yep, maybe I'm bigger. So look what I find it. I find something like where it is. Where is the old one? This is the oldest. This is the oldest one. I find the badge from the Eric Paul. I worked in the Eric Paul before. I even find the badge from the Ericsson right there. Yeah. So I spent some time in Sweden in Ericsson. That was cool time, I think so. A lot of to talk. This is from Fujitsu. I work in the Fujitsu. There is no Fujitsu there because they was shy. I don't know. This is the last one, my job, and this is the current one. So I have some big collection, I think so. 10 years of working in IT. That's how it looks like. Yeah, 10 years of working in IT looks like that. And yeah, I used to be a C++ developer, but I hate it, and I think that is the most difficult language ever. Maybe someone disagree, but yeah, I think that's true. And in some time I switched to the Python, and that was the best idea in my life actually. So yeah, Python is cool. And sorry about that, but I need to say it. The Python is the best language ever. Yeah, and keep it like this. Okay, so let's back to the presentation. I think can I start like that? No. So we are here. Okay, so this talk will be not technical one, will be just true and the real story, because I want to tell you a story of my life. So there will be the story how I became a Commerzbank Python developer, because it's quite funny story, and I will tell you what we are doing here and why that is so cool actually. So I will be trying to be like this guy. So I will tell you like it is, that is no bullshit, no any commercials. I just will tell you the truth. And right now, my manager have heart attack. But yeah, I will tell you the truth. What we are doing here actually. And before we will talking about the working in the Commerzbank, I need to say a few words about my previous job, yeah? And previously, I worked in the company involved to the car industry, actually, so the automotive, IT in the automotive. And to be honest, I hate it, but I hate the company that was actually some problems with guys who actually want to work like 20 hours per day. And I don't like this kind of work. Yeah, I believe in the life balance. So the balance in between the work and the real life, especially if you have kids like me, it's really important. That's the most important, I think, stuff for me right now. But the kids are game changers. So maybe if you're younger. So right now in the Commerzbank, I'm pretty happy. Yeah. But let's talk about automotive. So what I did there, I have really good, really interesting and really cool project. Yeah, and actually it was pretty difficult to get to this project because that was like the only one per whole company, only for few members, and that actually was the startup from the Israel. And that was about cyber security for the automotive. Yeah, it sounds cool. And probably because of this project, I worked there because everything else, maybe except the guys from the team, yeah, because the guys from the team was cool, and I love the guys from my previous team, and I still have contact with them, so that's really good, and the project was good, and that actually nothing more, yeah. So it wasn't so beautiful. I think the work what I doing that but was cool, yeah, but everything else not really. I mostly work in the Python, a few C++ jobs there, and my job was actually hacking. Yeah, so they preparing something what was called intrusion detection system, something like that. So we didn't prevent anything, we just detect that the car is hacked. But my job was to actually take a Python and write the code what will be attacking this car, and we will checking that our application find it. Yeah, so that was the cool job, the coolest job ever. Yeah, that's why I like it. And let's stop right here and talk a little bit about my second job. What actually is this YouTube? Yeah, and YouTube channel, and I really like it. And I think that's a really good idea to have something like that, because like teaching another people teach you as well. So if you need to teach someone, first of all, you need to know what you are talking about it and get more knowledge. Yeah, because sometimes you think you know it, but it's not true if you try to explain someone. If you're not able to explain something simply, that's probably you don't get it. So the starting YouTube channel, and right now I have 2,000 viewers and subscribers. Sorry, 2,000 subscribers, but a lot of people doesn't subscribe. So I have something like 10,000 people watching or something like that. I don't care right now. On the beginning of the YouTube channel, I care about these numbers, but right now I don't even care. Yeah, that's a lot of people actually, and a lot of people like it. So I'm happy. And during the development of this YouTube channel, I've got a brilliant idea, and that's what I will tell right now, that even my manager, who probably listened, that doesn't know it, and that maybe he will be surprised. I will check it. That actually the idea was to make some YouTube movie about a job interview in Python. Yeah, and to do that, I'm actually sent my CV everywhere. Like everywhere, yeah. I don't know even where, and that was beginning of the coronavirus situation. So like everything was remotely, so I don't need to go anywhere. So that was nice. So I'm just take one interview by another, and like I have like I don't know 20, 30, 40, I don't even know how much interviews, yeah? And that was just to take a knowledge and have something what I can actually make a YouTube movie from that. And probably right now you have idea how it works. So one of this job interview was with the Commerzbank, when I'm actually working right now. And so funny situation, yeah? Lucky, I'm lucky actually, I think so. And maybe that was a really good interview, because maybe I don't care so much, yeah, because that was for the YouTube, not I didn't expect anything. Yeah, so if you don't expect anything, you are more cooler, and probably you a little bit smarter. I think so, because stress could do a lot of problems, especially on the job interviews. So yeah, so let's say by lucky and by these ideas, I've got a proposition from the Commerzbank to work there. And I have really good. I like my hacking stuff job, yeah, and some movement to the Commerzbank was actually what I thought before that would be the boring stuff, because banks are boring. I have internship in the bank before, and that was really boring. So I wasn't so optimistic about that, yeah. And after that, Adrian, who is my manager, showed me something like that, and that looks not bad. Let's say I even really good. Yeah. So we've got Python, we've got pandas, we've got big data, PySpark. PySpark is like the Spark but in the Python. Yeah. So it's like for counting stuff on the different nodes if you have big data and the data doesn't fit in your RAM and this kind of stuff. Yeah, we can talk about it a bit later. And we have AI and we have Google Cloud. Yeah, of course Linux is there, and a lot of more stuff actually, NumPys and this kind of Keras. I can probably think about it more. Yeah, but only cool stuff. And looks on that, I'm start thinking maybe that's not so bad idea, yeah, because it looks good. It looks good, and even really good. And to be honest, I thought about cloud computing and start learning some cloud on because before start here, I have really poor experience with cloud, and even not in the Google one. I use different one, yeah. And the question was maybe I should. But you know how it is. Everything looks good on the commercials, yeah. And the situation looks like that one, yeah. This is my manager. Sorry, Adrian, this is you, and this is me, yeah. I'm look good actually. So that was the offer was on the table, and I didn't know what to do. Yeah, I didn't know what to do because maybe they're lying. Maybe it's not so beautiful. It's always, the grass is always green on the other side. No, not in your backyard. So maybe not, yeah. And maybe that's a good place to stop and think what is the problem with changing the job, yeah? Why people are afraid of changing the job. Oh, hi, Adam. Hi, Camila. Nice to hear you. Yep, Dominica. Yeah, hey. So if there's some questions, just put it there and they will be answered in the meantime, yeah? So we can, of course, talk about these comfort zones, yeah? You are not sharing your screen. Really? That's not good. So let me check. Let me check. Whole screen right now. What about right now, Yulia? It's better? I think it's better. So I'm showing right now. Now we see. Nice. Sorry about that. So you missed some part probably. You missed the part with Max Kolanko, or you missed the part with the security if in automotive, or maybe you missed the part with my YouTube channel, or this beautiful slide. What actually is the real commercial of working in my cluster? So the deal was we will give you these old toys and you can play with that, and we will even pay you. And that's really good money, actually. So we will pay you good, yeah. So that was the deal. Yes, we see. And this is Adrian, my manager. I really want to see it, yeah, because it's always good time to make laugh. So this is Adrian and this is me. And two choices, yeah. You will take it you will take the pill and you will start working in the Commerzbank, or you will take the red one and you will be wake up on the morning still in the previous job, what actually is not so good. So that these two choices I already had. And the question was what to choose. You already know what I choose because I'm here with the Commerzbank badge, yeah. But anyway, what there is someone who changed the work, even once or twice, or there is someone who is afraid of changing work because that's some stress, yeah. Not even job interview, even everything is new, yeah. You have new team, new members. People are afraid of new stuff. Cristiano. Hi, Cristiano. Nice to hear you. Nice to see you, actually. Okay, so I've got a problem like a few years ago. I've got the similar situation, and everything was really good, yeah, and the offer was really good, money was good, and everything was good. So I take the job, yeah, and after 2 weeks, I realized that actually this stuff what the manager told me that was lie, yeah. So I was afraid about that. What if this commercial is just the commercial, yeah, and that will be not true? To be honest, all of this stuff I'm using every day, so that was true. And my idea is like there are two kind of managers. The one what actually are developers before, and managers, yeah, what actually are managers from the very beginning. And to be honest, I prefer the first one because they don't lie. That's a difference between these two options, actually. So this time that was true. I take the risk, and I'm here in the Commerzbank, and I'm really happy about that. And I'm using these old tools. But I told you that will be only true, nothing else. So the question is, what is the catch? Yeah, because it's too beautiful. Yeah, it's like new toys, Python, and good money. They even, I don't know, some benefits. Yeah, I know like the benefits are everywhere, but they're nice. Yeah. Okay, so what is the catch? And the catch is actually something like that. The revolution, yeah. And it sounds good. It sounds really sexy, yeah. Like we have the revolution in the Commerzbank, and probably I hope so. This slide with cloud revolution and me, that was something what was interesting. But let's think about it, yeah. Let's think about what the revolution actually is, and maybe make some. Maybe let's think: is Commerzbank ready, yeah? And of course not. Because if someone is ready for the revolution, that is not revolution anymore. Yeah, because revolution is something what's happening really rapidly, and it's something what you are not ready at all. And I find something like that. Oh, maybe I do a little bit bigger. So this is from some dictionary, yeah, and it's like that there is a few maybe not good words here, like it's of course about the political change system in government, often using violence or war, yeah. And this is some mention about the French Revolution. Everyone knows how the French Revolution looks like. So it's not like bad in the Commerzbank. It's not even half of that. So we have no war, we have no violence, and no one die. So that's a little bit different type of revolution right here. Anyway, still some people are surprised. Still some people maybe don't like it. Still some people are not ready or don't want to take part. But there is no choice. Yeah, that's happening. So there's something like you have to take part. There is no other option. And maybe let's talk what kind of problems, or what kind of maybe not. No, there are not problems. There are a little bit different word probably needed here. What kind of ideas we have, or what kind of bridge we need to pass to go in the direction what we want to go. First of all, the Python, yeah. So the Python is really old language, and everyone know it. But right here in the Commerzbank, like in all banks, yeah, the main language was Java, and still Java is the main language here. And why we switching to the Python? Of course, there is not like we're switching all Java developers with the Python developers. No, it's not gonna happen, yeah, because there's a lot of applications, a lot of stuff in Java, and we need to do that. But why Python was introduced, maybe, and this is the part of the revolution, yeah, because if we're talking about cloud, and in my case, we're talking about GCP, so Google Cloud. And we need the language which will be, first of all, full supported by the cloud, and will be quick to developing stuff, and will be easy to use. Yeah. And the Python have all these advantages actually, so it's really good. And in my cluster, the Python was used before, so we have some experience. I mean, the guys would start that have some experience, yeah, and. A little bit different than ours, because the guys, that's another experiment actually, because the guys from the German, our colleagues from the German, and they're mostly PhD doctors, like the physics, chemistry, yeah, this kind of smart people, and they inviting the models and working with this AI stuff, so math, physics, this stuff, yeah. And they use Python to do that before, so they already know it, yeah. Of course, we're still learning and doing stuff a little bit different and making some refactor there. But anyway, that was the best language to choose for that. And probably, maybe I'm not right. I hope so I'm right, because I heard something like that will be more and more Python in the Commerzbank. So every Python developer should be happy about that. And this is actually not only in the Commerzbank, yeah, because when I'm start being a Python developer, like 3 years ago or something like that, in Łódź, the place, the city where I lived, and there was actually no Python job. There was nothing there. Yeah, a few stuff only in the tests or testers. No Python. Yeah, of course we've got this STS next, but that's actually a little bit different. It's for web, and so I don't like it, so I didn't take it by the consideration. But yeah. The Python wasn't so good. Right now, the work for the Python developers is everywhere. Yeah, that's huge changes on the really short time actually. So first of all, we need to introduce Python. We need to learn Python or teach the other people in our teams how to use it properly. And we need to make some some documents like guidelines or good practices for that. So that's part of the revolution. As well, so it's a lot of job actually, a lot of jobs. But Commerzbank help us actually. We've got something like Python Guildy, and the people who want to learn actually have the place where you can meet and switch and talk about it, check what's going on at the different part of the company, because it's quite big, so it's not always know what another team is doing. So the Python is actually pretty good language for this kind of stuff, and I think Commerzbank is supporting us, yeah, as well. So we've got time for that, and we've got place for that, and that even was something what was really nice, that actually some Python experts can show us some stuff during these Python Guild meetings, and Commerzbank pay for that. So that's really nice. I enjoy it. Okay, so Python. So that was the one stuff. Another part of the most important maybe part of our revolution is Google Cloud, or just cloud. Yeah, so we decide to move from the on-premise to the cloud for some reason, and it's not so easy if we're talking about banks, yeah, because we have a lot of problems with security, let's say, yeah, and some documentation around that, and that is not easy if we're talking about really because we're working with the data, yeah, and this data is our gold actually, so we need to be really careful about that. But right now we are able to write application in the cloud. And that change is huge. And we've got Python and we've got cloud. Yeah, it's the best connection ever. So that change is huge, and that's opened a lot of new possibilities for us actually. And that is also cool for the developers, yeah, because writing code there is really nice, and I like it. Yeah, compared to some old stuff with on-premise and this on-premise solution and the old way of doing the applications. Of course, we've got some problems, yeah, because it's like if you're switching from the on-premise, so you have like normal servers in some room and you can use it. So if you're switching from the on-premise to the cloud solution, that's what always happening, and they try it, yeah, but we fight. So the idea is to copy from that and paste there, yeah. So if you have some virtual machine on premise on some, I don't know, SXI or some Windows server, just make the virtual machine on the GCP and copy paste it, yeah. And yeah, that will work. That will work, but it's not. That's what we want to do right here in Commerzbank. And so our target, our goal is to take the best what we can from the GCP, yeah. So this is this magic word serverless right here. So we're trying to resignate from the everything what we can and just write the code, yeah, and leave the GCP all this stuff with taking care about the servers and I don't know, storages and all this stuff. Use all toys what they're giving to us because we can, and just focus on the writing code and deliver the solution. And we've got this cloud function. Of course, I need to mention about Cloud Run and this containerized solutions. What we got there, and that's pretty nice. What else? Kafka. I mean, not Kafka, but PubSub. Yeah. So because previously we need to use Kafka or RabbitMQT. Right now we have this beautiful PubSubs from the GCP, what actually are really, really good. And that's actually because with that we are able to write something what is called event drive application. Yeah, so there's some events and some part of application take it and do some stuff and this kind of stuff. The thing we need to know is they are not able to there are some limits, yeah, but I want to mention about that. It's not so technical stuff, but of course that's really good, and that's really I'm enjoyed to write this kind of applications. They are easier to maintenance and they are easier to understand. So that's the most important for me, yeah, because if you have new member, that's actually understanding this stuff is pretty easy compared to the previously solutions with one big ball of mud architecture. Okay, so that was about the problems or goals what we've got, yes, or some changes. We still have some problem with this one, yeah. We miss DevOps so much right here, and a lot of DevOps stuff we need to do it by myself, so developers did it, and that's true. I promise, not lying here. The plus is actually I learn a lot. That's good probably, and I'm not gonna die it. The guys from my team right now, there are Terraform experts. So yeah, we learn a lot of new stuff, but we need to think about the DevOps, I think, so really good, because we still, that's everything is happening really fast, and this revolution is ongoing, yeah. And probably, in my opinion, we need to do some changes with the way of working, what we've got, yeah, and the split the work a little bit different to support us better, actually. And so we've got problem with DevOps. We've got that's whole another actually branch, let's say, because yeah, we've got Python, we've got Google Cloud, we need to rethink our way of doing the application. We need to rethink our DevOps stuff, and beside of that, or together with that, we've got something like switching to be more agile and to be more Scrum in our, because in the Commerzbank we're using Scrum as agile. Yeah. So we need to do this in the same time, because if we want to take the advantages from switching from the on-premise to the GCP and to the cloud, and from writing application pretty slowly to delivery every single week, let's say, or 2 weeks, we need to more focus on the Scrum, and we trying to do that. And it's not easy, because again, some stuff are quicker than changes in this area, but we learning a lot, and we cooperating with another teams about that. So I hope so that we will make it. That always problem with this agile stuff. Yeah, so every company have the same problems. Yeah, but we working on that. Actually, I'm a big fan of Scrum, so I will be pushing this topic. And advantages, yeah. So we are fast right now. We are pretty fast with delivering the new solutions. We are pretty fast with making some proof of concepts. What's slowing down us is actually the CI/CD right now. So that another place when we need to focus to make this revolution completely and across all layers, yeah, because it's like it starts in one place, and right now we're going further. So it will be took some time, even a few years probably, to have everything clear and beauty. And because of that, that right now is the best moment to join, I think so. So of course, probably there are some people who go to the company where everything is already there, and it's beautiful, fixed, and everything works. But if you want to learn a lot, the best moment is right now. Yeah, so when everything's starting actually. So that's where the real commando works. So we're trying to be fast, yeah, and writing code delivery is fast right now. We still need to do something with the delivering of it. So all DevOps from the old world, the Commerzbank is waiting for you probably. Scalable, we've got this for free by using GCP, and that's really good if we're talking about Python here, because if we're talking about every time when I'm trying to talk with some guys about how Python is cool, or about the Python is the best language ever, they're talking about this global interpreter lock. Yeah, what actually, yeah, there is the global interpreter lock, and that's why the multi-threading is not so multi-threading actually. Yeah, and that's true. There was some try to fix it, but it doesn't work really good. But we don't care. We don't care about it, because right now when we have GCP and we have Docker, we just preparing one good Docker image, and if this is busy, then another Docker image will be appear or born. So we don't care about it. That's everything is done by the GCP. So the problem with global interpreter lock actually not exist anymore. And okay, open for changes. And last weekend I've got talk about solid principles, and there is something like open for changes and close for the modifications. Yeah. And of course, these solid principles and all my training was on the class layers, or yeah. So that's a little bit different, because we're talking about inheritance and composition, and kind of stuff. Yeah. Right here, the same principle, open for changes. That's really easy to make, because if you closing every stuff in the Docker or in the cloud functions, wherever, that you can treat this like the independent application connected in the different one by REST API or something like that, yeah, or by PubSub, what are sending the sending the messages. So you've got the same principle open for changes and closed for the modification, but on the different layer actually, because right here we're talking about the microservices of the application, not about the classes. So we are able to pretty easy made it on the different layer, and whole application will be have this open for changes. Yeah. And probably if we can think about it like that, the most of the solid principles on this layer is okay with our application, yeah. Because like what else? What else was there? Single point, it was single responsibility. That was this one, yeah, the first one. So the single responsibility, yes, we've got only one service what actually doing this job, and this single whole responsibility is there. So the cohesion of it is big and the coupling is less. Everything beauty. So I like it, yeah. What else we've got? Just for free, because we decide to do that. We've got something what is called glue skills, and we can think about glue skills like, you know, about connecting some part of the GCP, I don't know, virtual machines or something, or services. But glue skills right here means a little bit different, because by the glue skills I think about, because right now we've got this GCP, and the GCP have connected to our old on-premise stuff, we are able to do something what was impossible before. So we are able to connect together two totally independent stuff, yeah, let's say, and make some advantages of having the data from the different applications and do something really cool with that. So that's something what I didn't think about it before I started with the Commerzbank. But yeah, if you decide to go to the cloud, probably pretty easy. You're able to connect your old stuff together and make some wholly new application actually. Yeah, so that's really nice. And the last one, but not least, greenfield. Yeah, who doesn't like doing something from the beginning? Yeah? Every programmers like it. Of course, probably it's not gonna be forever, because right now, because we are just started our journey with the cloud, everything is greenfield, yeah, because we're starting everything from scratch, and that will be took a while. And right now we've just need to deliver our first application, what was start from the scratch, and after it we switch to another, what is actually just new one as well. So that's pretty good. Maybe in the future that will be something like we will be trying to move something from on-premise to the cloud. Then actually not gonna be greenfield, but right now I don't know. So right now everything what we are doing is just from scratch. So really nice, and we are pretty free to suggest some architecture or even force some stuff. If we're talking about the architecture, we've got some time for experimenting. To do our first application, we actually have something like 20 proof of concepts how it could work, and still it's not perfect. Still we have some ideas how we can improve it. So yeah, that's actually all what's happening right now in the Commerzbank. So I think it's really good time in the Commerzbank right now, and probably it's not gonna happen anywhere in the future. So now or never. And yeah, that's it. That's time for the questions or Q&A. I'm stopped sharing. That's why I don't like it, this way of communication, because you're talking, and it's like, you know, it will be nice to have someone to talk, yeah, here. Cristiano, do you have some questions? Or Julia? I think no. Oh, Cristiano is alive, so that's good. Didn't sleep. Okay, so let's wait, because there is some delay between us. How big this delay is? Like 1 hour? It's UDP. million hours. So it's like from the space, yeah. It's like this star does disappear like 100 years ago, but we didn't know it. 10 seconds, 40 seconds, okay. Do you think testers are separate teams will be needed for every Python project in the future? That's a good question. The testers will be needed, and they are needed right now pretty bad, because the testing right here is pretty poor. Actually, we trying to do the best what we can, but actually I have some knowledge about tests because I work in the test a few years, yeah. But yeah, the testers are needed, but I'm afraid about these separate teams, yeah, because in my opinion, the tester should be part of the team. Yeah, like we've got this agile Scrum team, and we've got tester inside. Because if the tester is part of the team, for me, it's easier for him and for me. It's easier for me to talk about the application, and it's easier for him to understand how to test it. When we'll start to integrate DevOps? I have no idea, Cristiano. That is not a question to me, probably it's a question to the Adrian. But I know they already trying to do something like, because we have AO in the commerce, yeah. So we have AO, and they trying to find AO with DevOps skills, yeah. Because we are not able to resonate from the AO, but we could have something like AO/DevOps. Could you tell more from your experience if Python is well suited for GCP? Normally on the internet we see examples like AWS. Python is really good for the GCP. There are actually 3 languages. Sorry for that. That was my phone. Okay, I'm in the Commerzbank phone, so. Okay, so yeah, that's actually JavaScript, Python, and what was the next one? I can open the console and check it, but the Python is one of the 3 the best languages for using in the GCP, and of course the Amazon stuff do that as well. Yeah, actually Python is really good for the all clouds. So that's a good choice if you want to go to the cloud. Use Python or JavaScript. But for me, the Python is more, normal. You forgot to speak about big data and data analysis with Python. Yes. So we've got something right now. We've got something like we're still doing this on premise. So the analysis with Python and big data stuff are still on the premise, and we're using the PySpark for that, and the Hive. And what else I can say? To be honest, I have not so big experience with that. Probably, Cristiano, you need to talk with the guys from the different cell, like the poop clones or something like that. But anyway, the future is actually connecting these 2 stuff, yeah. So because we have a lot of really important data on the lake, on the premise, and the future is to connect this with the GCP. And there, right now we've got the question where we should compute. Yeah, because we can do this like we are doing right now on the premise using this PySpark, or you can do the same on the GCP using the GCP stuff like big data and this kind of stuff. Yeah, we already using big data. BigQuery in our project is not so fancy because we're doing some simple stuff there, but maybe that's the idea. Yeah? That's something what is still ongoing, and the question is maybe we should start computing on premise, and if that will be big or consuming too much resources, we can put this data to the GCP and do stuff there. I'm curious, what do you think, Cristiano? Where you want to? If you can choose, you want to do stuff on the on-premise, or you want to do stuff on the GCP, or different cloud? Because we have different clouds in Commerzbank, not only GCP. My project is on the GCP, but Okay, some more questions. I'm in GCP, so BigQuery probably. There is a lot of cool stuff on the GCP. Yeah? You can even use this AI stuff from them and do something with that. Right now, in the future, we will be probably. I really want to. I don't know how it looks like because, of course, there are some talking about the Kubernetes cluster, but maybe we can use more Cloud Run to do some stuff according to the AI in the cloud and just because the idea is to have some services, and these services will be available for everyone in the bank, and everyone in the bank can use it. That's something what we can do, because right now, if we have GCP, we are not limited. We can give our solution to a whole bank. Yeah? MLOps and the future of this. I have no idea actually about it. I'm too weak to talk about that probably. In my opinion, yeah, that's probably it's gonna happen. Yeah. So the question is how. Right now we're doing pretty simple stuff, and its models what we've got are not so difficult. And this machine learning is like some basic, but probably it depends on the business case probably. If you find the place how we can, because in the end we're talking about money, yeah. So if you find the way how we can earn money using that probably we will do it. I love to work in the Commerzbank because it's an international company and it's also possible to improve language skills other than technical. I like working in the Commerzbank because they give me Sodexo and I pretty like it, some stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to. When you can pay the beer. Right now I'm switching to the non-alcoholic drinks, so pretty bad one, but yeah, maybe. There is someone who actually taking part in the coding of this, because in this year I'm not able to take a part as a programmer in this hackathon. There is someone who actually coding here from the participants. Cristiano, are you coding? Or the people who coding still coding? Oh, Adrian is here. Adrian, how your application looks like? You already finished the coding? Everything works? Should I go there to the Ogrodova?
Aloha everyone again, it's Łódź again. So Adam, thank you very much for very, 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 very interesting talk. In the next 6 minutes, we will start the next webinar. So everyone are welcome to join this part as well. Thank you, Adam, very much again. Have a good one.
Bye.
For that, so in Łódź the current temperature is 32 degrees, so we don't need to travel to Hawaii to feel the Hawaii atmosphere. That is why I'm very happy we just hosting our event here in Łódź. In the next 45 minutes after the next webinar, we will officially start the coding and we will officially lead provide the list of the teams who are qualified for the next stage of our event. So enjoy the next webinar and see you later. Bye. Hi, hello, it's Łódź again. This time is time for the Google or for the Alexander. I would like to only use, before I leave the stage for Alexander, to remind you that we also prepared some, actually Google prepared some Google Cloud Platform accounts for you. If you want to use this account for your project, let us know, let us go Team Google on the Discord, and we will provide you the manual how to join the Google accounts for the projects and for the Collabothon. And right now, I leave the stage with the Alexander. So Alexander, go ahead. Hi.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you just give quick feedback if you can hear me, just for... perfect. And can you give me sharing rights that I can share the screen? Thank you. In the meantime, you have it in the middle one, yes. Now, perfect, it works. Before I share, I just want to say hi, Łódź. I'm originally actually from Berlin, so it's not too far away from Poland. I was there also quite a few times, also back in my childhood. So yeah, I was also in Warsaw, I think 2 years ago. It's a very, very nice country, very kind people there. All right, then let me talk today about machine learning. I have shared my screen now. Please let me know if you can see it. Otherwise, I assume that you can see my screen. Yeah, I'm happy to talk about this topic today, and it's a bit spacey maybe. It's not the typical topics that you might hear about any kind of IT, software engineering, or even machine learning. This is not a topic that typically comes across, but we thought that this might be maybe then kind of an inspiration, something new. And I will tell you also in this presentation then hopefully why this is of relevance for you. First, about why would you even care? Like, I think the first is you cannot not come across it. As you have maybe seen, I have here 3 different screenshots of news that were recently. The left side is in German news. It means what do German large companies hope to get out of quantum computing, and you can see BASF, BMW, Bosch, Infineon, so the big ones. Then we have here another in the middle that is in France, in news how in financial services there is a collaboration between an investment bank and a startup in the area of quantum computing. And then, of course, you have seen in our Google I/O back in May, but also in the last years, the news that we invest more in quantum AI, that you can do quantum AI on us, and in the future even more. And so if you are not too busy in your daily things, I think it might be worthwhile to have a deeper look into it. What is so interesting about it? Why is it all over the news? And not only from a software engineer, but also from a business perspective, is it relevant? Do I need to invest now, or should I wait? There's a typical C-level or a bit below that, the question, do I need to form a team around this, or can I wait a little bit longer? And for you personally, if you have your background in any kind of coding area, be it a software engineer or a data analyst, I think it might be an interesting question to think about. If you see all these news, is that also for your personal career in the mid or long term something? So I can tell you quickly, maybe before I go a bit more in a deep dive, if you are in a large financial institution, and I would say Commerzbank is one of them, it should be worthwhile to think about forming a team at some point if you have not done that already. If you are for a personal career, that depends a lot if you want to do the heavy lifting and deep dive to the weirdness of quantum mechanics. But then afterwards, it's actually fine because a lot of things are also abstracted away. So if you want to go this, I think you just need to stick with it. But it's if you have a certain passion for it, I don't think it's how do you say that? It's lost investment, because in the one or the other form, we will see something coming here in the next and that's now the second point, assume in the next 5 to 10 years. So it's not that next year we will have the big groundbreak. We may have, we don't know that, but it's more realistic if you count in this area about 5 years and a bit longer. It's not 25 years or so, at least what most experts say, but it's also not that during this or next year you will see huge increases that you can do deep learning with quantum computing. It's at least not realistic. All right, what's so special about it? So why would you even care? And if you have a computer science background, you may know this this big O notation, or how we say in Germany, the Landau notation. It's very, for all those who don't know this, it's actually very easy. It just says that how long would it take, based on the number of features that you put in, how long would it take until a certain problem is solved? And the green bar is the linear one. So there's a typical, if you have a database and you have 10,000 entries, it would take around 10,000 times until you're through with it. Ideally, you are below this. So there are certain mathematical problems, for example, in linear algebra, there are certain problems you can do in less time. The more you put in, the less you need, and like for each additional feature you put in. But then you see this circle there on top. And these are the really hard problems. So that means you just put in one more feature or two more features, and it's like exponentially increasing the time needed to come to get to a solution. These are the interesting ones, and there are problems that might take billions of years on current computer, even if you put server farms together to solve this. And of course, we don't have the time. And if quantum computing is on that point to solve it, then we have this what we can, I think, safely say that we have a new era, because there's so many things that we can change. And not only talking about RSA encryption, but I'm also talking about in life science, you can create medication that is personalized. You can do so many things that were just not feasible, not at all before. So this is really exciting. If that works in the other, this is really exciting. And maybe let me tell you a point where we are worldwide in this area. Generally, you can divide the three big regions in the world: Europe, America, like United States, and China. And interestingly, each of them has a slightly different focus. So United States is very strong and investing a lot in quantum computing, so the actual computation, which is why also companies like IBM and Microsoft and also Google investing a lot. China is very strong in quantum communication, and they're really far with that, which is slightly different focus. And Europe is very strong in quantum sensing, and especially Germany. And also some other companies in Switzerland, for example, in Austria, as well as France. But in Germany here, we are very strong because we already have a lot of life science and chemical companies, and quantum sensing is one of the top topics there on this plate. So just, of course, if each region is investing also in the other, but if you say who has the strongest focus, then you can say US in quantum computing, China in quantum communication, and Europe in quantum sensing. Where are the limitations? I'm not going too much into this detail. I'm not a hardware engineer, but just that you have an idea. We have the transistors now. They're already extremely small. So I think we're at the moment at 5 nanometers, and we will be this or next year at 2, which means that we're getting at the level where we have only a few across. And the problem is if you get on an atom level, you will have quantums, so that actually will break down a lot of computation on the transistor level, and they may also overheat. I know that's been a discussion since years and decades if Moore's law will end, but I think most of the computer scientists can safely say that there is, in the next 10 years or so, we will see an end. Because you reach where, like at the atom level, where you have the quantum effects, there is an end for the way we do it at the moment. And this has also business and economic impacts. For example, imagine like you cannot improve the performance anymore, which means you get next year on Christmas or whatever holiday, a new laptop and it has the same, like it's almost like the last one and the year before that. So it's not like Apple with the M1 and you're super excited. There is no improvement anymore. They're absolutely the same. So this has also, by the way, some like economic impact that are quite interesting. And to be fair, it's, by the way, more probable that we see something like molecular DNA computing within the next 10 years as an intermediate step than directly going into from our classical into quantum computing. But that is more like a technical or philosophical discussion, what will come first. But just that you know there is a limitation. And a second one is there are problems, I mentioned it briefly in the beginning, that cannot solve within a reasonable time by we have today. So one problem is this, they call it the Shor's algorithm. It's for factorization of numbers. If you can solve that with quantum computing, that's a typical fear with the RSA encryption, that you can actually break everything, every security. There are also other, like Grover's algorithm for search you just sent. It's not deterministic, but more or less, if you send one number, then you can search a super large database. And that's like an incredible speed up of time. So there are problems that traditional computers cannot solve. But now we come to the crux. So first is, are quantum computers actually always faster? So that's the first thing where we can say no. In terms of clock frequency, they are actually pretty slow. And in terms of qubits, that's the quantum version of bits, to say so, we are very small. We are at the moment at around 50. And imagine you have a computer of 50 bits. You might think you're in the times of John von Neumann again in the 1940s or so. It's really small. And I think comparing to the 1940s might not be even so wrong, because we're hardware-wise still very, very early, because there are a couple of problems I will tell you in a second. And connected to that, what comes very often, will classical computers be replaced then once it will be solved? And of course not. You need to compare quantum computing like deep learning 5 to 7 years ago. You don't solve every problem with a deep learning approach. You know, there are problems like in forecasting, you use an ARIMA model. Sometimes a simple tree is sufficient, or a random forest, or a support vector machine. So it's not that you use the one for everything, but there are specific problems that you can solve with quantum computing where it really shines, and it's doing it much better than classical ones. But you probably wouldn't do, for example, classify cats and dogs. That is most probably still, even when we have quantum computing hardware, like from the hardware, it will still be done on classical computers, because there is no real advantage for quantum computing. But at the end, you need to prove in a mathematical way that quantum computers are really better than the classical ones. And this is something interesting. This is here a paper two years ago. Scott Aronson, like a very, very important and popular computer scientist, shared that one of his students dequantized a quantum approach. So there was a recommendation system approach, and the original paper stated that, yeah, this can only be solved with quantum computing. And it looked like waterproof. And then this extremely intelligent student, Evin Tang, she took, I think, a year or so, and then she demonstrated that, that problem can actually be solved with classical computers. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's solvable by classical computers. And that was kind of a wake-up call also, that you really need to make sure that when you demonstrate a quantum advantage, that it is really a quantum advantage, and it can really not be solved within a reasonable time with classical computers. And this is actually quite hard. So this was a very interesting publication, and it's only 2 years ago. So we can end up with this, and I think this is important for you to remember. The idea of efficiency is extremely important in quantum computing. So you really need to show that what you're doing is really much more efficient on quantum computers than you can do on classical computers. And then we are back here. what is this problem, look for these problems that can only be solved by quantum computers, and not within 1 billion years or so, or with a computer that's as large as your universe, Feynman said, but something that is like realistic in our times. So a quick overview, how did it actually came up with the idea of quantum computing? So Richard Feynman, he was one of the most important physicists of the last century, and he noticed that there are certain problems if you want to compute, for example, the behavior of molecules. You get to a size of a computer that might be as large as the universe, or the time to compute that's longer than the time of the universe. And he had the idea in the early 80s, if you use a computer that's actually, how can I say that in a high level way, that simulates a quantum state and is built made of quantum systems like ion or superconductivity, then it might have problems that the classical computer cannot do, because you're working with quantum-based data. Like, for example, in life science chemistry, you're working with molecules and atoms. And I mean, at that level, there are the quantum. So that's why it might make sense if you have also quantum computing, because that is a better fit to the problem than if you use a classical computer. So that was the original idea. Then you have these terms. I'm not going too deep into all of them. I just mentioned the superposition because that's one of the central ones that also comes up very often. You have heard about superposition, and it's a very interesting thing. It means that when you have normal bit, you have 0 and 1, and a superposition kind of uses all combinations between 0 and 1. And it has always been said that, yeah, the superposition means that the quantum computer is calculating all possible solutions at once. So if you have linear equations, for example, and you want to compute the eigenvalues or any kind of solution for a linear equation, or you want to classify certain images and you want to see what is the best possible or the lowest loss, then it computes solutions. And that is technically wrong. Superposition does not mean it's literally calculating everything at once. So the technical correct term is linear combination. And if you remember the vectors, you have one vector and you have another, then you combine them in a linear way, and that's it. That's a linear combination. And there is this in quantum mechanics, there is this one fraction that's called shut up and calculate that says we cannot explain quantum mechanics in human terms because it's weird, it doesn't make sense. How can you explain as a human a superposition? I mean, we are not in a superposition. So there's a one fraction that says just use it and calculate it. The mathematics is actually not super difficult. And as you can see, it's a linear combination. There's like an addition and subtraction. It all makes sense. You use a scalar. So that would be fine. There's another fraction that says we still need to dig deeper, but I think you work in quantum computing. I would highly recommend don't philosophize too much of what quantum mechanics means, of this decoherence and superposition. Just look at it's a linear combination. It's one vector plus another, for example, and that's a linear combination. And then you don't need to understand if what they always say, it's the cat dead or alive, whatever. It's like just calculate it, and then you can move on. And maybe later, when you have some more time and you're deep into the topic, you can philosophize a bit about it. And I like I have created this allegory here with the movie Interstellar. If you have seen this movie, which I had to recommend, I really like this. There was the dad who was in this fifth dimension. So the fourth dimension was he can travel back in time, and the fifth dimension was he can see all the life of his daughter at the same time. So the childhood and later when she's old. And this is, I think, a better image to understand what superposition means. It's not that you calculate everything. It's just that you are in the state where all the solutions are there. And the interesting thing is then, how do you get the solution that you want? I mean, if you calculate something and you want a classification, how do you get out of this weird system the one solution that you want? Because generally it is if you give if you ask a quantum computing a solution, it will give you a random number. It's random in a way that there is a certain probability, and based on this probability, you give to the one or the other number. But I mean, if I want a random number, then I can also flip a coin. I don't need to want quantum computing. So this is quite of a challenge, but the mathematicians in this way, they created some interesting approaches where you use things like Fourier transform, for example, or it called quantification, where you use the superposition and the decoherence on the other side to use it very smart that all the results that you don't need cancel each other out. And it's only the one result remaining that you actually want to see. So that's something not to go too deep into it, but just that because in quantum computing you also don't have the typical probabilities that you use in machine learning. 10% probability is a dog, and a 20% probability is a cat, and the 50% probability is something like negative probabilities. They called it, you use amplitudes, like waves, on a lake. And as you know, waves can cancel each other out. And that's the principle you can use then when you want a specific result. That's something we typically don't have, because we don't say there's a negative 30% probability it's going to rain. That's weird. So it's another weirdness in quantum mechanics. These negative things. In quantum mechanics, that all makes sense in a way that it works. So you can make extremely accurate prediction. And in this case, you can very, very accurately cancel all the results out that you don't want with this negative and positive amplitudes. Don't try to falsify too much what it means in your real life. Just to move on, so you have these qubits. As I mentioned, this is kind of superposition between 1 and 2, and it's all, if you see this ball there, all the results are on the surface of this ball. Like typically you have 0 and 1, and then here you can have different in between, and all these results are 0 and 1 are orthogonal to each other, but it's more detailed. You have operators or gates. They're similar to in classical computing. They just have different names and a little bit different things, ways how to behave. So the XOR gate, for example, in classical computing is the C0, or controlled Pauli X gate. So you can really map a few of these classical and NAND gates, for example, to the quantum gates. So if you have a kind of some computer science background, this part might be extremely easy one. And then the circuits, of course, is the same. Just like in normal computing, you have here a way of describing how it's processed. Just in the details, then it's getting a bit funny. So what are the challenges of quantum computing at the moment? So the first is, if you just leave it there is a chance that it fails. So the qubits, they just decohere. That's something you don't have in normal computing. If you don't compute something for a while, it's still, you can still continue. In quantum computing, it will fall apart, certain parts of the qubits. So you need to be fast. And a second one is you have an increasing, a noise that is added to each computation. And this noise is increasing with each additional qubit that you put, and it's increasing actually a lot. So you need another qubit to balance this out, and the more qubits you use, the more kind of these components to balance it out you need. And that's the crux at the moment, that it's actually the biggest challenge at the moment to build really large quantum computers, this noise. As I said, you can simulate on a normal computer up to around 20, 30 qubits, and then you have on quantum computers, on the real hardware, 50, 52. But for real machine learning, deep learning, you probably need a few millions. And we're technically, it's not solved. This noise is it's a real big challenge. This is why we call it the NISQ era. The noisy intermediate scale quantum time, where you try to find what can you solve with this amount of qubits. This is the question that we have at the moment. And at the same time, researchers are working on how can you overcome this with so-called quantum error correction approaches. What would be a good approach to move on with that? So we are in the NISQ era at the moment. Google has also created some hardware around it. It was in the news. Sycamore was the one 2 years ago that was the first one that could outperform, that really showed quantum advantage. Yesterday came the news that a team in China put that also. I haven't read the paper yet, but it seems really serious what they did there. So that's really amazing how this is now like there's a really getting a real momentum on the market here. If you want to start, so now we come a little bit more to the practical things. If you want to start with quantum computing, at Google we use this open source framework called Cirq, and we have built on top of Cirq TensorFlow Quantum. We have a couple of examples on it, and as you can see here, example. It's very easy. You start a circuit, then you create the qubits and the operators. And there are a couple of things that we have shown that you can do, even when you have just a few qubits around. Of course, you can do also you can use also other frameworks. For example, Qiskit, this is from, it's also open source. It's from our friends from IBM. They also have, I admit that also they have a pretty good documentation on how it works. So you can also look at that. And there are also some other frameworks that you can use. So I would recommend you just browse around, try different things, because it's quite open, early market still, and it's good to gather knowledge from different sites. And also the other cloud platforms, our friends from Microsoft, Amazon, and IBM, they have quite done a lot in this space already, so it's worthwhile to look around. What are the typical use cases? Of course, the very first one is in life science, pharma, everything around chemistry, because here, technically, you will calculate the low energy states. You can simulate complex chemical processes, quantum sensing, what I already mentioned. It's everything around from the business, from the use case, for example, to create medication, or you make kind of X-ray crystallography where you can determine diseases that are very rare, things that are extremely complicated, like actually impossible to compute with current computers. This is number one, and the good thing is the data, they have quantum included, they come from quantum experiments. So it's a very natural application field for quantum computing. The other side is anything around optimization. So here you typically have also everything around linear algebra approaches. There are also kind of, how can I say that, quantum annealing methods. This is not, it's not the real quantum computing. Is a, let's say, like a facilitated version, if you want, but it works quite well for certain problems. It's just not proven then later also for real quantum computing if these, if you can really solve, the typical travel salesman problem. Is that something you can solve with quantum computing? So the research is still here open, but that would be a natural second big one. And in financial services, you have everything around risk management and portfolio optimization, where in robot-wise and portfolio management is where I have spent some years also, Carlo simulations. And if you look, for example, in linear algebra, the HHL algorithm, this is something you should use for finite elements where you really have very large dimensions. So not for smaller ones. So when you have like Black-Scholes approach, if you remember that from mathematical finance, this might be the case for quantum computing, yet to be proven because we don't have the hardware yet, but it looks very promising. But then it really needs to be large. So it's not for each and every financial problem. Then, of course, the data security. That's I think that most of us, that RSA encryption, if you prove Shor's algorithm, that works on a quantum computing. So proved it theoretically already, but if you have a quantum computer that can run, that would be a quite interesting time then. At Google, we are also working with a few companies like this one here that was Boehringer Ingelheim together to research. Google is typically not working with everyone on that in collaboration, because you really need a counterpart that is really deep into the problem and has like challenges to solve that is not very easy, that you really need a partner like our Google team. And this was here one of these collaborations. In Google, by the way, it's we have quantum teams since 2006, so it's already quite early already. So it's not that we just recently joined. It's just that we do it in the background for a longer time, and we need to be careful. But I will say that in a bit why you need to be careful around this. Yeah. So just as a learning from it, the most probable application of quantum computing will be around the simulation of any kind of chemical process in pharma and life science, because that's quite natural. And the other challenges on the other side, it's not, so first it's not proven yet if it really works, because we are not there yet. We might be there within the next 5 years, so that's very promising, but it doesn't contain any machine learning. And now we come to the machine learning part that you get there also an overview. When you talk about quantum machine learning, you typically might mean two different things. And I want to highlight this here. The first one is that probably most software engineers and machine learning specialists would first think about this. You use kind of a quantum computing or quantum approach for our classical machine learning. How can you boost it? And a really good example is this for model. It has almost 200 billion parameters. I think there was a newer one from Google. It has 3 times the size, and there's a new Chinese one that has over 1 trillion parameters. So imagine how many. I think for GPT-3 you needed already several months to train this. You have both a challenge in the data transformation in the beginning. You know, the typical you try to represent the data in a different way. That's why you do all this pre-processing, and you have the early layers in your machine learning models. And then later in the optimization, so how to find ideally the global minimum of your loss function. If you have 1 trillion parameters, this is like an incredibly large space. This is like, you cannot even imagine it as a human anymore. So this might be a problem that quantum computing can solve if you get a quantum computing in this superposition state, and then you cancel all solutions out that are not the absolute optimum, for example. It would be a very nice case because it can be exponentially faster than classical. And by the way, also that would be kind of like contribution to sustainability, because if you can compute something in a few minutes where you needed before cloud TPU pods for a month, only the energy you save and the time, you know, that's actually very, very good also for our environment, because you're much more energy efficient when you compute very large models. And in machine learning, we are getting there. You know, the models are getting larger and larger, so you need to find to make it more efficient. But then there's the second area. So the first one was how can you use quantum computing to boost ML, but then it's the other area. How can I use machine learning in any kind of quantum experiments? And this is what typically physicists think, or chemists, when they think about quantum computing. They think the other way around. You know, like how can you get any kind of advantage when you have already data in biology or in quantum physics collected, and then you want to find a way that with machine learning approaches. So just that you know, we have these two different meanings when we talk about quantum machine learning. And to be fair, this here is more promising just because it's more natural. This is where you have quantum data already there. So it's much more realistic that we will see something groundbreaking in this area in the near term than if you talk about the other areas. But of course, the few can still demonstrate us the opposite. It's good to keep this in mind if you have like you have different types of data and you have different types of algorithm. And then you have a combination of this. I have used this here, I got inspired by one article from Wikipedia because this was very nicely demonstrated there. The data type is, classical data are, for example, MNIST, product reviews, Amazon recommendations. This is not a quantum data. This is classical data in bits. And then you have really quantum data like sensor data, from physical sensor data or chemical reactions. This is a different area. There you have already included, as I mentioned, because between atoms and the molecules, you have quantum effects. And it is a question still if this CQ on top, you use classical data with the quantum machine learning algorithm. Where's the advantage? It's much promising if you look at the quantum data. And then if you combine quantum data with quantum algorithm, it's like when you use, for example, the HHL algorithm for, I don't know, support vector machines, that you combine a classical algorithm with a quantum approach. Typically, you do this via so-called subroutines to boost your quantum data experiments. But just that you see, there are actually 4 dimensions, but to facilitate it, to make it more easier, just remember that these 2, somehow you use classical machine learning for quantum experiments. On the other side, you use a quantum computing to boost your classical machine learning. Then there are some open questions. If you can prove one of them, like if you can give a good answer to one of them, that is an actual real to the current research there. So the first one is, are quantum models actually always better at predicting than classical models? I mean, the answer is already no. At least where we are at the moment, but where is it better? Which brings us to the second one. Can we evaluate there is a potential for quantum computing? So we don't need to do all the experiments, but we can already say in advance, here it will be better and they're not. And the third one is it possible to find or construct a data set where quantum models have advantage? That you turn either classical data into quantum, or you make artificial quantum data that might help you for solving a certain problem. So these kind of things are quite interesting, and this is something that research is still open in. Another problem is the fear of the winter. Google was a long time more in the background, and still now is telling, we need to stay calm with it. We should not oversell quantum computing, and especially quantum machine learning, because we're very, very early. And you see here an example with machine learning. I remember when I was in a financial asset manager in Frankfurt that the portfolio managers that worked there for a longer time, they told me that even when I went to their office, they had a book from 1997, neural networks in portfolio management. And now, for those of you who still remember the time maybe, or have an idea, 1997 and neural networks, it's like, you were exotic. It was like, this is not something that you would really look into, because the computers were not there. Most people didn't really believe it would work, So you always had in machine learning this times of hype and then winter again, because everyone was so disappointed and then exaggerated in their negative perception. And we need to make sure in quantum computing, quantum machine learning, that we, on market risk, you would say you would lower the volatility, You rather you don't overhype it, but then you're also not too depressed later. But you go in small steps towards the solution that hopefully you will have in the next 5 to 10 years, that a real quantum computing will be there with thousands or millions of qubits, that you can really do the work that we hope for the moment. Just maybe as a quick, so first of all, just that we have a large website with a lot of examples that you can use. Again, I'm super open. We have really, really good YouTube videos also from other companies. There's Xanadu, for example, in Canada. I saw a couple of videos from Maria Schultz. She is in South Africa. That's really interesting. There are other from IBM, they're from Microsoft, and of course there's a lot from Google. So use this time where we have a lot of resources and explore. And when you are with us, then we have here Circ, and we have a lot of examples also in quantum machine learning to test it out. One would be, for example, in MNIST classification. And the nice result at the end is, if you go through this, if you look at the comparison, a quantum algorithm, the performance of a classical algorithm, and then a classical fair, because the quantum computer is much smaller. And you see there is no real advantage computing when it comes to classify MNIST data, at least in the size computation we have now. But that really aligns assumption, even if we have larger computers, you need to make sure that you have a problem that a quantum computer can solve. And maybe many machine learning problems we have at the moment are still classical machine learning problems in 10 years, where you don't need a quantum computer. So it's not that everything will be quantum computing then. So just that you see, and it's very nicely documented here. You can go through this. A lot of things is also typical machine learning that you might remember if you use TensorFlow or even PyTorch. And yeah, if you start with quantum computing, over the course of the time, I collected a lot of like information from me. And what you should look into is look at the operators, that you understand what they mean. Like for example, Hamilton and matrix. You don't need to go to all the details, but have a look of what they mean in general. Bracket notation as well. You don't need to be a quantum physicist, of course, but just that you have an idea. Look at the prerequisites if you haven't done this. Everything around computational complexity theory might be helpful. And then these two are very important before you go into quantum machine learning. The first is have a look at the gates. So what I told you before, C-not gate, this is the XOR that we have in classical computing. Then you have a Toffoli gate is very often. Hadamard gate is for initialization. And then you have the 3 Pauli gates that they're used. Have a look at what they mean and when you use them. Again, also know when to stop. You're not studying quantum mechanics, but it's good if you understand what the quantum logical gate means and what is their on the counterpart of logical classical computing. And in quantum algorithm, I give you the suggestion. First, have a look at these so-called subroutines, and these 5, I think, are Fourier transform in a quantum way, quantum phase estimation, amplitude amplification, quantum walk, and quantum counting. But especially these 3, these are extremely important because they play a role then here in these algorithms. And once you have the subroutines, you have a basic understanding. Look at these so-called black box problems, and especially the Deutsch-Josa. Then look at Shaw's algorithm, that you have a basic understanding how it works. That's like with the factorization. Look at Grover's algorithm. That's a search in the quantum world. And this HHL, this is for finding eigenvalues in linear algebra. Because especially HHL is often a component in quantum machine learning. And if you have a basic understanding of what this and how that works, then you can go all the way down to quantum machine learning and use quantum linear regression and kernel methods and neural networks, but then you have quantum CNNs for image classification and so on. Just as a suggestion, what might facilitate your work in this. And with that, I think we are on time, right? Finished. Can you hear me? Perfect. So, yeah, then any more questions? Or I think you have a tight schedule today, right? Otherwise, I would hand over back to you.
Hi, hello again. Thank you very much for the very interesting session. And if there was no question right now, we just continue right now with our agenda. In the next 15 minutes, we are going to start the next webinar. I'm very happy to pronounce that right now we have the 15 team registers for the Collabothon 2021. Tomorrow morning, we will provide the full list and the information of the participants. To now, I would like to officially start the coding session in 3, 2, 1. Code Aloha. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, thank you for having me presenting this and giving maybe some ideas around sustainability and why it matters for you as developers when you build new architectures and new design for your organizations. I will start by presenting my screen. Hopefully you will be able to see what I have here. Okay, thank you. Yes, so this speech, hopefully it can be a way for you to get some insights, ideas, and inspiration about how to understand what we as a cloud provider can do to provide better services for you, and also give some ideas how you can actually change your way of designing and think about building new solutions with our technology, hopefully, or just by remodeling and modernizing your systems. So we're going to look into how to building technology that helps people do more for the planet. And to start off, to set the scene and give a bit of context, I just want to start by saying that climate change is happening now. And in recent reports, they have confirmed that 2010 to 2019 was the hottest decade since record keeping began over 140 years ago. And the analysis also revealed that 2019 and even 2020 was the second hottest years ever recorded, and that the ocean temperatures were the highest they've ever been. So scientists behind the report point to carbon dioxide in one and other greenhouse gas emissions as one of the sources for continued global warming. And we just need to understand that before we start seeing what we can do and take actions to maybe change this. But all is not lost. And if we shouldn't paralyze ourselves with despair, we can still change our course. And in a report by IPCC in 2018, it was stated that we have 12 years left to turn the fight against climate change around. So it's clear that immediate action must be taken in some way on a global scale if the impacts of climate change are to be mitigated and ideally reversed. And one thing we should also remember that this is not responsibility for only one single organization or entity. This is something we all can do, small parts, and all those small parts together can hopefully help to improve things. But as I said, all is not lost. And this quote from our CEO from last year, I think inspires to what we can actually do. And he said that we're optimistic that by harnessing new technologies, investing in the right infrastructure and tools, and empowering partners, nonprofits, and people, this can actually be the most decisive decade for climate action yet, which is somewhat comforting. It's not all looking bad. And looking further into this, we can see that corporations play a big role in this, in the fight against climate change. All industries contribute to our total global emissions each year. And in fact, 51% of Europeans think the responsibility lies within businesses and industries for tackling climate change. So for us working in this industry, how is all of this relevant to IT? It can sometimes be difficult to equate the impact of IT is having on the environment. But in fact, IT infrastructure is a material contributor to global carbon emissions, with data centers around the world consuming an estimate 1% of the total global electricity. And thinking of the number of connected devices and services that are expected to grow, this figure will likely only increase. So we see that we have a challenge in front of us, but there are ways we can also work together on this. We, however, must also acknowledge that we are mid, and even though when we sometimes in the future are post-pandemic, that many of our business leaders, CIOs and technical leaders, they are balancing a lot of priorities. Besides juggling IT priorities, like remote working, security, and so on, CIOs and business leaders are also feeling new pressure for transparency and responsibility. And it's become clear that IT and data center services are one of the largest consumers of available power. Those leaders also face pressure to transform. But knowing this, we can also see that business leaders and CIOs and even product teams can actually be agents of change and use sustainability to drive transformation within the organizations. Firstly, by adopting technology that has been built with sustainability in mind and that reduces the immediate impact associated with our IT operations, and also by that lower the associated emissions. Secondly, by using IT and using technology to reimagine our solutions and the business models, they can be more sustainable. And that is by using technology to transform sustainability and make various areas of our business more sustainable. And we hope that Google Cloud can be a unique place for helping with some of these issues. We also know that not all clouds are created equal. And by looking at Google Cloud, what is it that we believe makes our cloud more sustainable? To help with that and to guide you through this, we have organized all our sustainability efforts into the following 4 pillars. As you can see, the first 3, smart and efficient data centers, renewable energy, and carbon neutrality and circular economy, are all related to greening of IT. And then we have the final pillar, the data-driven innovation, which is concerned with greening by IT. And I would say that is where you all are taking part of for these 3 days, so that you can actually using and leverage IT in new ways that we haven't thought of to make new changes that can be good for the environment, for the planet, or change just the whole operations for businesses that we haven't thought of it. To go through more deeper into those different areas, I would first like to start with our smart and efficient data centers. We know that for more than a decade, we have worked to make Google data centers some of the most efficient in the world. We've done this by designing, building, and operating each one to maximize efficiency and the use of energy, water, and materials. To help understand some of the issues or the things that we have tried to solve for and initiatives we started, I'm going to show you a few examples. The first one is our highly efficient servers. And we have actually been designing our own custom servers to minimize the energy use since 2001. And by using efficient power supplies and putting batteries directly onto the machines, we have built some of the most efficient servers in the industry. Then we have also created energy efficient TPUs, or the Google Cloud Tensor Processing Units. And they are highly efficient compute chips to run machine learning applications. And they are designed with energy efficiency in mind, specifically when it comes to accelerating deep learning workloads, which gives a higher teraflop per watt compared to general purpose CPU. One of the primary sources of energy use in a data center environment also connected to cooling. Just as your laptop generates a lot of heat, we also know that our data centers, which contain serving power in like Google Search, Gmail, YouTube, and all our partners, customers, and non-profits applications running, they also generate a lot of hot heat, and that must be removed to keep the service running. And we are practicing sustainable water management in our data centers, where we keep working to find innovative cooling options where possible. So we're not just trying to bring in water to cool it, we also try to see how we can source it in the best and optimal way without putting too much impact on the environment. And some examples of that is that for our data center in Hamina in Finland, we use seawater from the Gulf of Finland. We use industrial canal water to cool in data centers in Belgium. And in places where we don't have direct access to water, we can use other things like air and cool air. So we use air cooling in Ireland, for an example. To even further improve this, we know that we have a lot of energy consumption just to be able to cool this. We have also introduced and created our AI cooling system. And that is a system that every 5 minutes, our cloud-based AI pulls a snapshot of the data center's cooling system, which is built up of thousands of physical sensors out throughout the data center. That info is then fed into our deep neural network, and that is used to predict the future energy efficiency and temperature based on proposed actions. So it can then, to the individual data center, go back and say, this is the optimum cooling in this area or this part of the data center. We don't have to use a random or generic cooling number or percentage-wise to flow cool air. So this is some of the efforts we've done and innovations. And we see and we know and we are proud of that these efforts are actually paying off. Compared to 5 years ago, we now deliver around 7 times as much computing power with the same amount of electrical power. And much of these improvements come from the new innovations that I discussed before, like the accelerators as TPUs, that we use specifically for machine learning applications. Another large saving, as we can see, is connected to the AI cooling system. And by directly controlling data center cooling, our AI power recommendation system is already delivering constant energy savings around 30% on average in our data centers per year, which is a huge saving on energy consumption. Then we also have a market-leading power usage effectiveness. I'm going to show that in the next slide for you. But what it basically means is that we take the measurement throughout the full year in our all combined data centers and measure that not just on the best optimal level. We do make the measurement throughout the full year, and then we get a combined number for all our data centers. We could get even lower than 1.10 by only focusing on our best-in-class data centers. So looking into how we calculate this and how this is measured, you can see that power usage effectiveness, PUE, is a ratio that describes how efficient a data center or computing data center uses energy, specifically how much energy is used by the computing equipment in contrast to cooling and other overhead. And you can see that on this chart, we have this blue squiggly line, and it shows that the industry average PUE is 1.58 as of 2020. And our combined measurement throughout the year is 1.10. And our calculations include the performance of the entire fleet, as I said before, around the world, not just our newest and best facilities. And we also continuously measure this throughout the year, not just during the cooler seasons. So that's why you see it can go up and down with the squiggly line. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes lower, but combined throughout the year, we are at market-leading 1.10. So this is something that's also important to remember when you compare different data centers and how efficient they are when it comes to energy use. Because energy use is one of the parts of things we can save on and not just directly connected to carbon emission offsets, but also if we can reduce the energy usage for running our applications and find new ways to do that, we can also ease this, as I said, 1% of the total energy usage at all data centers around the world for all data center operations use on a global scale. As I said, also, our efforts are paying off, and by this cooling system, having the possibility to reduce the overhead from facility and managing them, we are twice as energy efficient as a typical enterprise data center when it comes to energy consumption. That also leads me into my next topic, and that is the energy. How do we source renewable energy and reach carbon neutrality? Because this is one of the key areas where we also need to understand that we can actually make changes based on decisions we make on where we run our services, what service type we use when we create our applications, and the number of applications or the architectural application can have a direct impact on what kind of energy uses we have and then it's important to have the right kind of sourcing of energy. For Google, we are entering our third decade of climate action, and our latest sustainability announcement from last year, on the 14th of September, was that we are aiming to realize a carbon-free future for all our operations. And that means that by 2030, we are aiming to run 24/7 on carbon-free energy, not just renewable energy, it should be carbon-free energy. But to help understand this scale, I'm going to walk you through on a couple of slides what we have done throughout the years and where we plan to go in the future, and how that can also help you. In our first decade, which actually runs from the founding of the company in 1998 up until 2010, our goal was to reduce Google's environmental impact. So that was connected directly to our operations. In 2007, we became the first major company to go carbon neutral. And to be carbon neutral, what does that mean? Essentially, it means that the carbon emissions caused by a company have been balanced out by carbon savings elsewhere in the world. So that's usually how you start when you compensate the footprint or the emissions you have to the environment. And to become carbon neutral back in the days, we purchased enough carbon offsets to bring the net annual emissions to zero for the first time. And the carbon offsets is a way to compensate for your emissions by finding equivalent carbon dioxide savings somewhere else. In 2010, we became a major company to start buying renewable energy at scale. So that was over a decade ago. In our second decade, we moved into expanding the access to clean energy. That meant that we started to invest more in facilities and companies and structures that create more renewable energy, not just compensating for our offsets. And in 2012, we committed to 100% renewable energy, which means that we want to match all our usage by renewable energy. And we reached that goal quicker than we thought. So by 2017, we became the only major company to match 100% of our global electricity consumption with renewables. And what that means is that over the course of a year, across the globe, for every kilowatt hour of electricity we consume for our operations, we purchased or added the matching kilowatt hour of renewable energy to power grid. So that is what first could do before we have direct access to actually 24/7 renewable energy. And this is something we reached in 2017, and a lot of other peers are still having goals to reach that in coming years. Now, looking forward into our third decade of climate action, we are now focusing on scaling up our solutions for everyone. So that means that we want to make these investments and the things we have learned and be able to develop being available and benefit a lot of more people and organizations than just where we are today. And these new commitments form part of an announcement that I also connected back to before on September 14th last year. And as of that date in 2020, we also have eliminated all legacy carbon emissions since Google was founded in 1998 by all of these new investments and initiatives to actually create new renewable resources. Last year, we also issued a very large sustainability bonds to double down on our investments. And this is to help the full industry to make investments in this area, because if more and more of us can do this in a combined effort, that will help everyone to reach the goals quicker. So this is not to benefit one single company, this is to be beneficial for everyone. And this is something that we have seen since then also, that more and more companies are investing even more, and just to lead by example, and by that starting this movement and seeing that we can actually make a big change together. And now probably our most ambitious commitment, as we touched on before, is that we are aiming to operate on clean energy every hour and everywhere by 2030. And that also puts a lot of challenges to us, which is good to understand just for everyone to see that what does it take to get there. And to reach carbon-free electricity 24/7, this is our biggest sustainability moonshot yet, and it has enormous practical and technical complexity. And we are the first company to set up those goals since 2020, and we aim to be the first one to actually achieve it. And firstly, we define carbon-free energy as any type of electricity generation that does not directly emit carbon dioxide. And essentially, Google aims to be the first company to fully decarbonize our electricity supply. And our 100% renewable milestone is also signify that we already, at that time, we buy enough renewable energy over the course of a year to match our annual electricity consumption. But however, also we need to be aware that as of today, wind and solar power are not plentiful and available 24/7 everywhere over the world. So compensate for this, for times and places where the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining, we make sure to buy a surplus of renewable energy at other times and in other places, so we can ensure that there are enough local carbon-free energy on the grids where we want to operate to match our electricity consumption on an hourly basis. And the ultimate goal is by 2030, everything should be running on local carbon-free energy 24/7 in all locations. And to get there, we need to continue to invest in approaches that make it possible to do that and make it possible for us to source reliable carbon-free local energy in all locations. We also need to work on increasing the use of how we can store energy in good ways. It could be batteries and hydro and so on, to make sure that we have access to this, even though if the renewable type of energy we use is not available 24/7. And all of these investments also going to lead to more job openings and hopefully have a positive impact on the societies around where we operate. Because of all of these energy efficiency efforts we have invested in creating for our cloud offerings, we believe that our cloud is actually better for the environment. We know that organizations that move IT infrastructure and collaboration applications from self-managed data centers or colos to Google Cloud reduce the net carbon emissions of the computing to zero immediately, based on all our investments before. So even not doing any more to your applications, you can benefit of just moving them into GCP. You can ensure yourself that the emissions are matched with renewable energy, and the emissions associated with all operations you run on the cloud is net zero. And I want to give you an example of a customer that have done that, or a partner of us, and that is National Geographic. They are known, hopefully, to a lot of people in the audience, and you're aware of the image library we have with all these iconic images from all the travels and photographers around the world. And they used to store all of these in a data center in Washington, DC, and then they ran all the applications to enable those photographers and explorers to upload the pictures and then license them out to newspapers and TV shows and so on, so they can be used and be amused by audiences around the world. And they recently moved that to Google Cloud. And throughout that process of doing the migration, we also connected with a third-party research team to help analyze the energy and emission profile of the current infrastructure that the library was using in this data center before, and then compare that to the emissions and the impact that those have in the new solution for Google Cloud, and which we know is net carbon neutral. And the result for National Geographic was that just by doing this migration of the image library, they reduced the carbon emissions by almost 17 tons CO2 per year, which is a massive energy carbon saving. And this is something that we are proud of, and we would really like to help other organizations and partners to to benefit from also. Then we have the third pillar, circular economy and zero waste to landfill. And this is where we as a large player can help. And in a circular economy, the economy model is restorative and regenerative by design. So products and components and materials in the circular economy, they are to be made again. So they are created to be easily refurbished, repaired, reused, and then ultimately recycled. If you look into how we define the different efforts we have to think about here and be aware of, our circular principles are the heart of our approach, and it's also inspired by the breakthrough work that our partners at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and then adapted for Google specific impact and opportunities for our services. And the principles are designed to drive consistency and replicability across our businesses. First, the design out waste and pollution. Circularity must be incorporated, as I said, in design from inception. So things we create today can become a resource of tomorrow. We don't have to just waste resources. The design must also eliminate the negative impact of the economic activity, and that can also cause damages to humans working with this or consuming them, and also have a negative impact on natural systems, so we want to avoid that. This includes factors such as release of greenhouse gases, use of toxic and hazardous substances, pollution of air, land, and water when you bring out minerals to build and create things, and landfilling and ultimate recycling of things. Then, secondly, the effective use of each resource must be extended for as long as practical, at the same time balancing the safety and quality of the product. And maximizing product use and reuse helps to preserve the embedded energy, labor, and materials in those things that we have created and produced, and reduces the environmental impact. So examples of that could be designing for more durable items. It should be designed for repair, reuse, easily in manufacturing, and then when we can't reuse it or refurbish things anymore, it should be able to be safely recycled. And for biological materials, this could mean cascaded use of byproducts before nutrients are returned to the biosphere. And then lastly, to keep materials flowing in commerce longer, we must design them to be safe for human and environmental systems. And the reason why we have to think about that is that as soon as we have brought things out from the ground and produce something, we can't change the chemistry of the products once we put them out on the road. So we need to think about this, the safety aspect of this. At Google, we are committed to achieving zero waste to landfill for all our data center operations, and reducing the amount of waste we generate by doing things like refurbishing and remanufacturing hardware, and then reducing the waste we generate from the operation in facilities has helped us actually reach a target of 100% landfill diversion in 6 of our operating data centers. And on the global scale, we have reached 90%. So we still have some way to go, but we are really proud that all of these efforts we do to try and keep this in a more sustainable way is having an effort in a positive way for us. And now, finally, I want to go into the area of what we all are here for today, creating innovation and use data-driven innovation. We hope that Google Cloud has all the tools you need to meet your sustainability goals and to realize new things that we at Google has not thought about, or with the help of us, can help you improve your systems and come up with new ideas that we haven't thought about. And we recognize that empowering users with technology means that we can do more for the environment together instead of just us having to invent or solve for everything as a single company. And that's why our Google Cloud platform has more and more tools like advanced AI and machine learning, integrations with public data sets and ways to use data from the outside, so we can use our infrastructure systems and smart system to use the data and insights that you have in your own organizations to come up with smarter and more efficient ways. Some example of this is that we can use our services for demand forecasting. And by using BigQuery for this instance, it's possible to get insights on customer behaviors, to see where is a specific goods more asked for or required in a city or in a country. So we know that we don't have to produce more goods than are needed or asked for by our customers, which means that we can save on food waste. We can also save on transportation. And at the same time, it's going to be a cost saver for the company. So not just by being more friendly to the environment, you can see that these investments using demand forecasting can have a positive effect both on our economy, our company, but also from the sustainability viewpoint, that we don't overproduce things that are not needed or asked for, and by that reducing waste, which is a good way. Another example is that we can use these technologies to change the behavior on transportation in our crowded cities. So in this example, they're using BigQuery and Cloud SQL to find to handle all the data and help analyze this with precision, so users don't experience any lag when searching for a scooter or when they're returning them, so they can be used by someone else later on much more quickly. So it also comes down to availability and demand and keeping track of it constantly, which is something that can drive with sustainability efforts, but also save time and money. The third very interesting thing to see that you can combine your own systems or external systems together with cloud investments and innovations is Gamaya. And this company, they captures light waves that are invisible to human sight by deploying hyperspectral imaging. So it enables this company to paint the hyper-realistic canvas of farmland in different parts of the world in the full range of wavelengths, from ultraviolet to infrared, beyond what we can see with the palette that the human eye can see. And the insights behind all of this, and what they can get from this, is that they know that healthy plants reflect light in a different way than diseased plants. So by capturing every nuance of light from the fields in different countries, they can create granular crop diagnostics and heat maps showing where they need to have more fertilizing or water and where they don't need to do that because the plants are healthy and they are growing as they should. And this has a very positive effect both on the environment, because you don't have to overuse water, you don't have to fertilize too much, and it also saves money for the company. So you can be more efficient, get more yield, more crops from this by combining satellite images using your own smart systems and then having the analytic and data tools from us to deliver on this. And since we can scale up and scale down, it also helps to reduce cost and also make it availability much quicker. Third one is that we can use our analytics tools to help providing these insights also to our partners, end customers, or customers, like the end users, to help them find out new innovative ways to make decisions to reduce cost and CO2 emissions. So this is some ways of using technology, finding new ways of it, and then be innovative. We also recognize that no single company, no matter how ambitious they are, can change the course of the planet by themselves, which is why we partnered with DeepMind to build the Industrial Adaptive Control Platform, which provides AI control of cooling systems in commercial and industrial facilities. And that sounds like something I presented before, I think. It's the same AI technology that helps us reduce our energy that we cool our data centers with by 30%. And that will be available to the world's largest industrial enterprises building management software providers, and data center operators. And this helps make commercial and industrial facilities around the world more efficient in the same way that our data center operations are. One of these things also helps to build business cases that support your operations in a sustainable way. We can use sustainability to actually find new benefits of our company that we may not have thought about. The first thing is brand image. We all know that being good, investing in things, trying to have a positive effect to society means that sustainability can be used as a competitive advantage. Another thing which I showed before and touched on is that we can get lower costs. If we can reduce waste or reduce how far we need to travel, optimize delivery of travel patterns and so on, sustainability business practices can lead to less waste and lower costs. Then we have the possibility to reach regulatory compliance, because with the sustainability strategy, it also increases the possibility to reach goals or regulations from both governments or from customers or partners that have a sustainability plan in place and that we may have to align to, or we want to put our subcontractors aligned to what we in our own organizations have set as sustainability goals. So all of this can help us to work on this together. And lastly, we can also use these sustainability efforts we do to attract new employees, especially now with the younger generations that are very well aware of what's happening to the planet. They are anxious about how can this be sustainable for more generations. If we, as organizations, non-profit, profitable companies, or just small startups, can show that we have a plan for being sustainable, it also makes it easier for us to attract the right employees or the right partners for us to realize our innovations. So this is on the company side, but then we also want to go into how we as developers can have a change. This demand for change doesn't have to come from top down. It can also be something that we create just by creating new, cool, innovative solutions. So how can you think different when you build a solution? The one thing we know first is that by using GCP, we can reduce the associated carbon emissions to 0. But then just by running, like moving a virtual machine from an old data center into GCP, okay, now we know it's net 0 emissions from that one. But how efficient are we? We may not still reduce the energy consumption. Is there smarter ways we can build our applications, not having to spin up a lot of virtual machines just being stale, waiting for operations to happen and not being used, but they are still up and spinning and they're costing money for us. They're consuming energy, even though they are in a Google data center. Then we can think about different ways of doing this. And one of these things could be serverless. So I'm just giving the idea of some things you can think about when you re-architect or architect your solutions. And that is, you can focus on to the left on more infrastructure, more traditional way of creating, spinning up machines that are running maybe 24/7, 365 days a year. They are there all the time. Some are there for a reason, because we need to have them in that case. Some may have a legacy system that can be modernized into containerized solutions. So then we can reduce the footprint and maybe have more of them, consuming less resources. It's still on the infrastructure thing. Or we can re-architect everything or parts of things into more serverless thinking. So we can use Cloud Run or App Engine or even Cloud Functions for things that don't need to be available all the time. They just execute when needed. So for small things that we can send us events and are event-driven, maybe we can have Cloud Functions that have a quite a small, longer startup to be able to take, since we have to spin up the service when this call comes. But then it executes the event, and then it spins down and don't consume anything more. So this is a methodology you can think about, that you can actually, as developers and architects, have an impact on energy consumption of your applications just by selecting different types of creating architecture. So VM-based, always running 24/7, they're going to consume more energy than a Cloud Run or App Engine application that can use a smaller footprint, can be shared with more users and so on. And another thing is that we can use managed services, because instead of us creating our own Kubernetes engine applications or infrastructure or compute engine infrastructure with virtual machines, we can share this management, so we don't have to focus on managing our infrastructure. We can let Google do that. And then we focus on writing code in the most efficient way. And then we can just use small parts of those managed services in our hyperscale solutions in our data centers. And the rest of all this capacity is shared among other customers that use or partners that use managed services. And by that being more efficient, and the more efficient we are of rebuilding our managed services, the more efficient your applications will also be in the background. So these could be some ideas of you to think of. And since 1 or 2% of total energy in the world is used by DCs, everything we can do, all small changes, just to change the energy consumption, will help on the sustainability part. So that's some of the ideas I just wanted to share on how you can actually use our services in a more good way to be more sustainable for the environment. And lastly, we also have created a tool that we call GCP Region Picker. And this can be used to evaluate which region that suits the requirements of your operations or sustainability goals, and help you decide where you want to put your workloads. And it comes down into 3 pillars. You can decide on, make decisions based on lower carbon footprint, lower price, or lower latency. And then you can combine those and see, for us, low latency and carbon footprint is important. Then maybe the price goes up, depending on what region you want to put it in. Or is it, latency is not the most important for us, but we still want to have a low carbon footprint. Then we can adjust that and get an idea of where we can put the workloads today. So this tool is available through our blog. It's on GitHub. It's also have its link. So the easiest way of finding this one is going into cloud.google.com/sustainability. And this is also the best source to see all the new things that we're going to release in the coming months. But even further makes it easy for you as developers to get full transparency into what impact your services running on GCP are having in carbon footprints and energy usage, and how effective our usage are. So by that, I would like to thank you all for listening to my presentation on sustainability. And hopefully I have given some ideas and inspired to better understanding on some of the challenges, why it can be good to use GCP, and some ways you can change the architecture based on what you want to achieve, and what kind of solutions can be used to build solutions that are good for the environment. Now, after this presentation, do you have any questions from the audience that you think of when you design your architecture, or selection of like things you thought of throughout my presentation? There seems to be no questions immediately, but since this hackathon is going to be live for 3 days, just keep posting them to the team, and then we can try and help responding to them as needed. So thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Okay, so hello everybody. Good afternoon. Happy to be there. I hope the topic of the next webinar will be interesting for you. Happy to talk a little bit about Azure Cognitive Services, which will be the main topic for the upcoming 45 minutes. Just from the organization point of view, if you have any questions, please post them to the chat window. I will try to answer them once we are done with the presentation. But do not hesitate to ask any kind of strange questions. If only I can answer them, I will. So just not waste time about the very generic description, because I think that will explain a lot about cognitive services today. Let's proceed to my introduction. My name is Kamil. In general, I am an independent consultant working with multiple IT technologies. When it comes to my background, I started my professional work as a developer. So basically, I'm mostly connected to Microsoft technologies. For the last 5 years, I'm focusing on Microsoft Azure as my main area of expertise. And because of all my contributions to the community, I happen to be awarded 3 times the Microsoft Azure MVP award. And I am also a books author and occasional speaker and trainer in Sages, which is also the partner of our event. But basically, if I would like to classify myself, I am a software developer focused on Microsoft technologies, mostly cloud-based. So let's describe today's topics. Today we'll talk about Azure Cognitive Services. I don't know whether you are aware of that particular Azure service or Microsoft Azure at all, but I will try to make you as familiar as possible during 45 minutes talk. So how one could describe Azure Cognitive Services? Azure Cognitive Services is basically a cloud-based set of services which you connect via either REST APIs or multiple available client library as the case. And if you ask me, okay, Kamil, so if I would like to connect with this particular service, what platform is supported for now? So for now, the supported platforms are, of course, .NET. There are also, as the case for Java, for Python, for Go, if I remember correctly, also Node.js. So there is plenty of different platforms supported for now for this particular service. And to be honest, most of Microsoft Azure services and components supports the very same set of technologies of runtime. So I think that basically they are focusing on Java, .NET, Python as it for now. And the thing is that it may differ between different cloud vendors. For example, Google Cloud Platform is mostly focused on Go, as Go is the programming language developed by Google. So is .NET developed by Microsoft. But I think that most popular platforms like Java, like Python, like Go, Node.js, .NET platform are supported for various cloud vendors. And if we will try to understand who is the audience of Azure Cognitive Services, the answer will be, I think that mostly developers. Of course, it can differ because the generic audience of that service is all the people who are not familiar with technologies like artificial intelligence or data science, but from the implementation point of view, so from the way how you interact with Azure Cognitive Services, I think that the main audience will be developers of the previously mentioned platforms. So if you are a developer, I think you will find using Azure Cognitive Services really easy and straightforward. If you are not a developer, I think that your path will be a little bit more difficult and sloppy. But anyway, it is possible to use this particular service without knowledge of any programming language, because we are still available. There are still REST APIs available for you. So if only you have a client which can interact with REST API, then I think that particular service can work for you. And Azure Cognitive Services divide into several categories. All the categories which are available for now are presented here on the script, on the screen, or at least I I hope it is. So basically, we have 5 different sets of APIs available for now. We have Vision API, Speech API, Language, Decision, and Search API. And I think that as for now, those sets of APIs are self-explanatory, because the naming convention of them is quite similar, and it's easy to understand their purpose. But as you will see during that presentation, you will see that those big sets of APIs still divide into smaller subsets of different features and functionalities. And at some point, you may find this a little bit surprising, how many different features are covered by those particular areas. So now we'll try to dive deeper into those categories and at least discover some of the features which are available for you as they are for now. So we'll start with Vision API, and Vision API, of course, as the name suggests, is a set of APIs designed to work with images, with videos, with vision. So everything we can see, everything we can collect from cameras, from any kind of video recording devices, could be used to maybe gather some insights, maybe understand what the image is all about, and stuff like that. So let's try to go into more details. Vision API divides into this particular set of smaller functionalities. We have 3 different APIs available. The first one is the computer vision. We have also something called custom vision service, which is basically something designed for, once again, as the name suggests, for more custom workloads, because most of services available in Azure Cognitive Services, they are at some point sealed, and they provide the very specific set of functionalities you cannot alter. So if you need something more, maybe this service, Azure Cognitive Services, won't be a good match for you, but we'll reach that moment in the presentation, and I will explain to you what are the use cases for the Azure Cognitive Services. But for now, let's focus on different set of features. And the last Vision API feature available is the Face API. And to be honest, I think that Face API is one of the most interesting APIs available, and maybe it's something a little bit controversial from certain point of view, but this is also something I will explain to you later, because maybe you are aware of all the controversies regarding face recognition, like different crown controlling systems in China or different cities, and the whole thing of face recognition is a point of discussion about our morals. But this is explained when using Azure Cognitive Services, and how Microsoft cooperates with certain entities which would like to leverage this kind of API. Let's discuss a little bit about Computer Vision API. So basically, Computer Vision API is a set of advanced algorithms which serve the purpose of image processing and gathering information about various visual features of an image. So if you would like to understand, for example, what is written on this particular piece of paper which you took picture of, then yes, we have OCR, which stands for optical character recognition. And OCR is a part of computer vision which can be used, for example, to fetch information about a document, to fetch information about picture of a sheet of paper or something like that. And besides of OCR, we have also image analysis and spatial analysis, but they are not part of the presentation. I will try to give you a little bit more details about OCR because I think that it's the most popular use case for image processing, and it happened that I used it in one of my projects. So basically, this is a particular thing I know a little bit about. If you'd like to know more about image analysis and spatial analysis, still there is a documentation which can give you much more details than my presentation. And to be honest, during 45 minutes, it will be difficult to describe all the features available for the Azure Cognitive Services, but still, I think that the amount of details I will give you will be enough and sufficient to start exploring on your own. And before we discuss OCR a little bit more regarding its capabilities and what is possible to do with that feature, let's talk about computer vision requirements. Those are requirements, not some kinds of limitations. Or you could also call them limitations, but anyway, to work with an image using computer vision, you will need to transform or save your file as one of those four supported formats. So we have JPEGs, PNGs, GIFs, and bitmaps. If, for example, you would like to use any other kind of an image like TIFF, I don't know what could we use that, some raw formats of images, unfortunately, it's not supported for computer vision. So this is very first limitation of the service, that managed service which Azure as a cloud or Microsoft as a cloud provider gives to you, is that if you cannot use either of those formats, unfortunately, this particular API won't be sufficient for you. This is the general limitation of all managed services, that if you somehow have a use case which exceeds the limitation of the requirements of this particular service, then unfortunately, maybe a custom written solution will be better for you, and you will be unable to use all the goodness of managed services. But anyway, we have four different image formats which are supported. As for now, for computer vision, we cannot use a file which is bigger than 4 megabytes. Sorry, that is bigger than 4 megabytes. So anything which exceeds 4 megabytes will give you error when processing. So still, besides all the image format limitation, there is also a size limitation. So all must be less than 4 megabytes, and dimensions of an image also have to exceed 50 on 50 pixels. So maybe if you have very small images, then computer vision is not something suited for you. But I think that for most cases, for most popular cases, those requirements will be no problem. As I understand most of the business cases and the way how we'd like to proceed images, images like bigger than 50 pixels in height and 50 pixels in width, it's not something quite unpopular. And file size might be something a little bit more difficult to achieve, but still I think that 4 megabytes is a very, very big picture, especially when we take into account those formats which are listed there. Maybe bitmap is a format which is when it's not that easy to avoid exceeding 4 megabytes but if we use JPEGs, PNGs, or GIFs, I think that will be we somehow manage to fulfill those requirements. And what we would like to talk about how OCR works, but not from the very low level point of view, because those low-level details regarding Azure Cognitive Services are unfortunately not available for us, or they are under NDA, and I am unable to talk about them. But those high-level details, which could be interesting for you, is the way how, for example, OCR works. So if we send an image or document to the read API, because the OCR it's a functionality, but underneath we have something called read API, which is basically something you communicate with and integrate with. So using read API, we'll send an image or a document, and based on the implemented set of algorithms in that API, we'll get a structured JSON, and that structured JSON will be the output of the request we'll send to the REST API. And based on the output, which is basically a JSON document, you'll be able to fetch all the information needed for you. Of course, that kind of response has its particular format, so it's not like different images will give you different JSON schema. That's not true. All the documents which will be sent to that particular API, when the response is sent, they will all fulfill the very same JSON schema. So based on that schema, you can deserialize the response and use it in your logic. So it's as you can see, it's very straightforward. It's not like it requires you to implement a custom protocol or understand different set of technologies or tools. You are just putting a document to sending the document to a REST API, and in exchange you are getting a JSON document. I think that most of people, or all people working in IT, are familiar with JSON more or less. Of course, from the developer point of view, JSON is something very natural, and if you are not a developer, maybe understanding the JSON will be a little bit more difficult, but still, I think the JSON document, as it's not something which it's not like an XML. Its structure it's much more difficult to understand. JSON is very, very straightforward, and all the fields are described in a way that I think most of people won't have difficulties to understand. And there are some specific read API limitations. I like to remind you that read API is the API which is underneath OCR functionality in computer vision, which is part of Azure Cognitive Services. So for now, read API supports a total of 73 languages, but this is true for printed text. So if you have a printed document like PDF, then okay, we have 73 languages, and it can be big amount, small amount. It depends on your expertise and your requirements. But there is one, I would not say flaw, but there is one specific limitation which could be a go or no go for this service for you, and this is basically handwritten style. So if you would like to understand what is written by hand on a piece of paper, then English only. I'm sorry, there is no other language supported for now for that service. And if you need, for example, to understand handwritten German or Polish or Russian or something like that, then I'm sorry, unfortunately, you will have to implement your very own OCR or use another kind of service which don't have that kind of limitation. But I think that for many popular and quite easy use cases, this will be enough. But if, of course, in most of the projects, that kinds of limitations can limit usage of this particular service or not. So please keep in mind that if you have a strict requirement on handwritten style of writing of documents, then computer vision may not be sufficient for you. And I talked to you about Face API as this is something which seems to me as something which looks very, very interesting because it allows you to not only understand who is on this particular picture, but also to understand who was presented, for example, in a video which was sent. And face recognition is quite a popular topic nowadays because more and more systems would like to leverage that kind of algorithms and understand and implement, for example, multiple levels of security thanks to that features. But from the Azure Cognitive Services point of view, Face API is an artificial intelligence algorithm, and its purpose to detect, recognize, and analyze human faces. I tried to analyze, for example, animals, and it doesn't work. So this is another limitation. So if you'd like to, for example, detect your dog or your cat, no, this is not possible with Face API. You would have to implement your very own algorithm for that. But if you need to understand who is, for example, in this particular picture, then yeah, Face API seems like a good match. And Face API, we have many APIs today. So Face API is still a subset of computer vision APIs, and as you can see, it still divides into different categories. So we have a detect API, which is basically a face recognition. We have a verify API, which allows you to implement identity verification. So to verify that that person you see, for example, on an image, is this person you would give access, for example, to a room. We have also identify API, which allows you to tell that man on this picture is, for example, John Doe or somebody else. If you, for example, would like to, if you have a picture of somebody, a picture of somebody's face, you would like to find similar faces somewhere, because maybe you have I don't know, maybe this is maybe a use case for police, like you have a sketch of somebody's face and you would like to find in your database all the faces which look similar to the one which somebody drew. So yeah, for that purpose, we have find similar API. We could call that find similar faces API. It will be the same. And also group API, which is basically something, if you have a set of various faces, you can group them based on their similarity. So for example, people who look alike will be grouped with each other. I haven't used this particular API yet, but I believe that if it's implemented, there are business cases which could benefit from using it. So for now, we have finished the very generic description of vision APIs. Let's talk a little about speech APIs, which speech APIs, to be honest, is a single service. If we compare that with Vision API, you will see that in Vision API we had like 3 different sub-services, and here Speech API is basically a single service which unifies different components, and they offer various features. And those various features are as follows: we have speech to text, text to speech functionality. we have speech translation, voice assistance, and speaker recognition. So as you can see, this is quite a wide set of features available. So we can with this single service, we can either start talking and getting text generating based on our speech, and on the other hand, it would be possible to recognize who's speaking. So if you, for example, would like to implement, like we have nowadays, we have different communicators like Teams, like Zoom, like many others, and you would like to somehow implement. Oh, maybe it's not the best use case, because for those communicators it's quite easy to understand who's talking. But if you would like to, if you have a fixed set of voices and you would like to understand who's talking in this particular moment, then speaker recognition would help you in achieving that. There's one additional thing which may be interesting for you, and that is intent recognition. And intent, if you are not familiar with the term, intent is something a user wants to do. So user, for example, would like to send a complaint, or maybe congratulate you, or just find an information or something like that. And Speech API integrates seamlessly with something which is called Language Understanding Service, or LUIS, just to make it short and easy. And LUIS is a part of language APIs. We'll talk later, but still in cognitive services speech, based on the features given by LUIS, and LUIS implements intent recognition. It would be possible, for example, to understand that if you, I don't know, maybe implement some kind of voice assistant, somebody calls you and starts talking, and you, maybe it's not you, but you would like to understand whether the person is pleased with the service, or maybe he's a bit pissed off about your service, then intent recognition is something which would help. So if, for example, you can understand that somebody, or your bot can understand that a person is not satisfied with the service you provided, then you can immediately maybe connect with a real person, and that real person would take care of this client. And on the other hand, if you use intent recognition and implement it in a way that you can understand that somebody is pleased with your service, then maybe you could send him, for example, and I don't know, a survey to fill, because if they are pleased with your survey, then they will be it will be more likely that they will complete the survey, something like that. So still, it's possible to implement intent recognition in speech services using a feature from a different set of functionalities, which we'll talk shortly. And we'll talk shortly because we'll talk about it right now. Language APIs. Language APIs help you understand the language, and this is one functionality. But also we have some additional features and functionalities available here. So one of the most interesting ones is the Q&A maker, and I will talk in details in a second about it. But firstly, language understanding, or as you can call it, LUIS, just because it's easier to say. A language understanding service in language APIs is something which was built to offer you simplicity, security, and easy various easy integration options, because understanding what somebody is writing or what somebody is saying is hard enough. So if you have to build a service which allows you to do that, and have to think about all the ways how to implement and integrate it, I think that the learning curve of doing that, and what you have to do to achieve that is hard enough. So reusing something somebody else did would help you create and implement a competitive product. So this is basically the purpose of services like Louis. So I don't know if you have business cases like building chatbots or controlling IoT devices, like connecting IoT devices with a voice assistant, or maybe building a call center, and you don't want to hire real people just to deal as the very first line of support with your clients. Then language understanding is something which will help you achieve the goal. But of course, it's not those are not all the use cases which are available for you. As I said, there's one particular service which looks very, very interesting, although I never had a chance to use it in a production. Product. I did some prototypes with it, and it looked promising. Q&A Maker is basically a service which is designed to interact with your static data. So if you have a bunch of documents or knowledge base in your company, and you would like to build a bot, a service, which will help people go through all those documents, or somehow help them avoid losing time for finding answers, then Q&A Maker is something which is built for you. Because if you give Q&A Maker access to all your data which you have stored in your databases, some SharePoints and other application and services, then you will be able to it will be able to understand what is stored in the data, and then if somebody will try to ask about something like, for example, who shall I talk to if I want to go for my holiday, or where I find setting, or how do I connect with a printer on my computer, then of course many of those questions are answered in various ways. Like I've seen several companies using things like Confluence, like real materials which you can just go and find, or people which were hired just to answer that kind of questions, like internal call centers for people with all the issues and problems. But if you would like to approach that in a more modern way, then Q&A Maker would be something which somehow can help you do that. The fourth API, which is available for now, is the decision APIs. And decision APIs consist of anomaly detection, content moderator, and personalizer. And personalizer, I think this is something which may look a little bit off regarding the naming convention, but that's not really true. We have, from my experience, the two most popular ones are anomaly detection and content moderator. And the anomaly detection, I think, is a self-exploratory thing. It's a service for detecting all the abnormalities, assuming that the data you send to the service is presented as time series, because this is the requirement of the service. You have to transfer your data to time series, which, to be honest, as the purpose of that service is to analyze data in real time. So analyzing data in real time, which is not presented as a stream of events or present like time series, then it will be difficult to do. So if you would like to use that service and you have some specific data to analyze, you will have to convert it into time series format. But in exchange, you will get a service which automatically adapts and identifies all the issues with the data. So it tries to both identify what are the best fitting models for that, because based on the data, based on the characteristics of data, it tries to match specific internal algorithms to give you the best answers. And if you have to implement that kind of service in your very own way, you will see that adapting automatic adaptation to the data requires understanding not only this particular set of data you are learning the algorithm with, but also understanding different kinds, different scenarios. So it's not easy. I hope that you are maybe aware of the fact, but if not, it's not that easy to train the model, so we understand all the different varieties of the data and automatically adapts based on the information it found. And yeah, so anomaly detection works in real time, and it allows you to detect anomalies. For example, when your data is sent as a batch. So it looks at the batch of your data and tries to find all the patterns which are abnormal. If it finds something which is abnormal, it will notify you. As I said, it works in an automatic way. So it is possible to adjust how the boundaries of anomaly detection work on your own, but it also, this particular service will also try to do it on its own. So if you need to look wider on your data, it will do that. If it decides that better results will be gathered looking into smaller batch, yeah, that automation will work for that. So this is basically it's very helpful, but it's still possible to implement that kind of logic on your own. But as I said, if you don't have time or you don't have expertise for do that, maybe Azure Cognitive Services with this particular feature is something which could work for you. We have also content moderator. And content moderator, I think that the most use cases for that service are quite simple. You have content which, for example, is posted by your customers, by your users, and you would like to have a service which will take a look at the data somebody posted and try to make a decision whether the content posted sent by user is okay from the point of view of your regulations or not. And of course, that includes both data like images, like video, like audio, and of course, so plain text, because maybe text is okay, but the image posted by a user is not that okay. And to look at the output, still you will get a JSON output, and it will contain things like classification label and classification score based on the set of rules you will provide. But still, all the APIs of Azure Cognitive Services, they all give you results in JSON. So it's a common format and unified across all Azure Cognitive Services API. So if you don't need to implement different deserialization methods for different formats. You will have just one deserialization method and will only need different models for different responses. And basically there we have the content moderator, the flow of the service. So if you put the content to the review API endpoint, it will moderate the content and based on your rules, and it is possible to implement a little bit of automation and workflows just to add something atop of all the functionalities. So it's not only a service for understanding whether the content provided by user is okay, but also for building workflows for your employees, which who are responsible for the content, just to make it easier for them to find all the information which is not okay from the regulatory point of view, and mark it or fix it. One thing, there is a content moderator review tool, which is still available, but as for now is deprecated, and by the end of that year it will be retired. So if you need to create that kind of portal for a review or a tool, as you would said, then after that year you will have to do that on your own. And the last API set of APIs are search APIs, and here you have two different categories. One is Azure Cognitive Search, which is basically a service for creating a custom search engine, and Bing Search Service, which leverages the algorithm of Bing, but Bing have that downside that it has downside related to the way how it collects and analyzes the data. We'll talk about it in a moment. One of the most important things for many people is pricing, and just an example for you. Azure Cognitive Service is a service which is free of charge, as long as you are not using it. But of course, it has some free tiers, like you will be able, for example, to make a few thousand calls and not pay for it for some APIs. But if you deploy it to Azure and not use it, it will be free. But if you will start using it, as you can see, you will be charged according to the pricing. So, for example, if you'd like to use Face API, the first 1 million transactions, 1 million requests to the REST API is $1 per 1,000 transactions. So, as long as, for example, you are not exceeding 1,000 transactions, you will be charged by a fixed $1. Of course, the pricing differs depending on the feature and depending on the amount of requests. As you can see, the more you call those APIs, further transactions become cheaper. But still, if you will have to send over 100 million requests to the service just to pay 40 cents instead of $1. Yeah, so this is basically the continuation of the pricing here. Details of Face API. Language, as you can see, for some things a little bit more expensive. Whether it is cheap or expensive depends solely on your business case and how much money you would have to spend to implement the very same service. Because it's easy to say that something is easier or cheap, but if we calculate how many days we will have to spend to implement this kind of functionality and support it and manage it and deploy it, then maybe the yearly commitment which you would have to pay, for example, in Azure, maybe it's not that expensive as implementing that kind of service on your own. And just a simple code example to show you what it requires to use one of those APIs with an SDK. If you would like, for example, to detect a face, here that one line is all you need. So you just need to initialize face client, which is basically one of the classes in SDK, and to initialize it, you will have to have your Azure Cognitive Service key. This is something needed for authorization of requests. Once the face client is initialized, one line to detect faces, based, of course, on the URL of an image. So this is all you need to understand to use that kind of feature. And if you would like to have your very own functionality, then still sending request to your API would be very much the same, but it doesn't. You have to understand how difficult it would be to implement that kind of service. And the last topic, because we are running out of time, data privacy and security. I think that some of you may find it interesting. Microsoft, of course, is aware of different regulations across different countries and organizations regarding data processing. And as we in Europe, we have, for example, GDPR. There is some kind of statement or commitment from Microsoft, then that though the services, Azure Cognitive Services, which you see here, they are processing data in a way which is aligned with GDPR. So you are aware of the region where the data is stored, and you are fully responsible for managing the data. Microsoft will not store the data in different location besides the one you selected. And also, if you have to delete the data, you have to do it on your own. Microsoft will not manage the data, and once the data is deleted or the service is deleted, Microsoft don't have access to the data. And to be honest, Microsoft, in general, Microsoft don't have access to your data, but it's important to have that kind of commitment for a cloud vendor, that if you use this particular set of services, then you are fully aligned with GDPR, and you don't have to be afraid of using it regarding your regulations. And as I said, so if this particular service is aligned with GDPR, then you have control over where data is stored and when to delete it. And Microsoft doesn't care. The exception are some Bing services, because Bing is a search engine built and used by Microsoft. And to be honest, if you use some of those Bing services like Bing Autosuggest, then data, even if you delete your Cognitive Services account, still the data gathered by, for example, Bing Autosuggest may be stored longer than you would expect. So it's a little bit off regarding GDPR, and you have to take that into account if you are trying to process users' data. And the last thing is the face recognition statement I talked earlier about. So as face recognition becomes more and more important for many organizations, and different organizations, different companies, different entities are trying to use that kind of functionality to maybe control control society, or use it in a way that abuse that technology. So Microsoft made a statement that as long as there are no strong regulations which take into account human rights, then they are not providing facial recognitions for entities like police department in the United States. Okay, of course they are using that statement to somehow answer to the problem in United States, and it doesn't mean that Microsoft will have something wrong about if, for example, Polish police would like to use Face API, but still, you have that kind of statement that Microsoft is not okay with abusing face recognition, and I hope they will stay as it is for the future. So for the summary, the last slide, the last information, pros and cons of Azure Cognitive Services. The pros are it's ready to use and simple solution. So it's crazy easy, it's ready. You just have to obtain your service key and your REST API endpoint just send a request or use SDK. It's all you need. It doesn't require you to have any kind of artificial intelligence, data science knowledge. It shortens time to market, so you are able to deploy your application much quicker if you just want it, or prototype it if you want it. And if you need to make your API closer, deploy your APIs closer to the end user or end device, then it's possible to use containers and pull Azure Cognitive Services images into those containers and run that service, for example, on your machine, somewhere in the factory or in your company. So it's still possible to have some kind of very own hosting. You don't have to host that service in cloud. Still, it will have to have communication with cloud because of the billing. The runtime can be hosted on your machine, but the billing still has to be connected with cloud. And the cons is a sealed solution. So if you need to change it, for example, the algorithm is not okay for you, or maybe it's not the best performance-wise, then you don't have many ways to optimize it and reconfigure it. It has a linear cost scaling at some point, so maybe it becomes cheaper as long as you are using it, but still it's not like it's not that big jump. So, for example, if you look for something which might be expensive when used on low scale, but becomes extremely efficient cost-wise when scaling it up, then maybe Azure Cognitive Services won't be the best solution. And in general, I think that if you have a data scientist on your board and his or she is a competent one, then the solution they will create will outperform Azure Cognitive Services. But still, you have to measure it. What is important? Performance, cost, or the cost, including all the efforts with maintenance, with configurations, with stuff like that. Or you are searching for a pure performance and each millisecond matters. Then if that's the matter, then Azure Cognitive Services won't be a match for you. And just to mention for the end, one of the parts of the conference is SIG Delta. So if you are working in a company or you have use cases which require some experts regarding machine learning or big data, there is a SIG Delta, which is a great team which can take your data, understand what you could find in your data and how you could leverage it. And they are working from product development to deep learning through all the different cloud providers, full text search and stuff like that. So definitely, if you have some business cases, use cases for that kind of applications of services, and you are not the expert in that matter, then SIG Delta may help you. Okay, so basically this is all from my side. And if you have any question, please ask.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, you can, I hope it. Okay, thank you, Camila. Guys, welcome to that presentation about from performing to performing. And I will talk about how to build effective and motivated teams for the next 45 minutes. And I hope you will enjoy this session, and I hope you will also be able to interact a bit. Starting from the beginning, I'm Ada Grzynkowicz, and I would like to send you aloha from Azores Islands, where I'm resting right now. Originally, I'm from Poland, and I'm living in Gdańsk. However, right now I'm on holidays, and during this time, I'm also able to kind of meet with you here on the Collabothon conference. I'm the Agile leader, the project manager, mentor, trainer, certified in the Scaled Agile Framework and PMP. I'm part of the Strefa PMI team. This is a magazine about the project management and all the topic related to the project management, managing people, which you can find at strefapmi.pl. That's our website, and here you can have a lot of different great articles that may inspire you. So I highly recommend you to visit this. Strefa is also the partner of this event, the media partner. I'm also working at Nordea Bank right now as a senior project manager, managing the teams and projects. I'm also collaborating with Agile PMO organization. From my private life, I love to cook and bake. I'm a bookworm. I'm a photographer by education, but also by my passion. I have lots of different hobbies as well, among them traveling. So that's me. We will talk about today how to build the teams and how to make sure that those teams can be effective, can be high performing, and what does it mean actually. For this presentation, I stick to one of my favorite tools, which is called Tuckman Ladder, which talks about the different stages of a team. We start from forming, then we storm, norm, and then we perform. This is the journey of a team where you are part of a team. This is general journey of the team. One remark that you need to remember about is the fact that you need to remember that anytime when to your team a new person is coming in, you start this from the beginning. So you start from forming, then you go through storming, norming, and until performing. That's why it is so important to have the teams really stable. In order to do that, we can actually achieve it by having effective teams. People who are motivated, who like their teams, are not very willing always to go outside of the team, leave our companies, and this is why it is so important. We will start with forming, and for this phase, we will kind of talk about how to deal with the team, and this will be the main part of this presentation, just because if you will do proper forming stage, and you will work with your team from the scratch on the good values, good ways of working, then you can ensure that your team easily will go through other stages until the performing, which is our goal. So when you establish a team, when you are joining a team, no matter what kind of a team it is, it's good to know each other. It's good to know who we are, what are our hobbies, what do we do, what do we like, how our life is looking like. We can share anything about ourselves just to build some relations with other people in your team. And it all depends on you, what you would like to share with others. So you don't have to start with, sorry, here's some noise. I hope you can hear me. Okay. If my connection is poor, anyhow, just please ping me, because I don't know if I'm audible properly. So it's up to you to find out, to share with others who you are, what do you like. You can do it in very different forms, but generally about kind of meeting with each other and getting to know each other. You can actually start from building a proper team, build relations, and a network with your colleagues. So you can actually be more effective in the future, and build the connections between each other. When it comes to the professional work, and not only knowing each other, so what do we like, what do we do in our free time, you may also use different techniques to get inside of yourself, to know what is your character, what is your profile. There is a bunch of different tools that you may use from the market. Among them, very well known are DISC, Insight, or MBTI models. On the presentation here, you can see on the right corner, this is my own Insight profile. I'm so-called helper inspired by the profile, and we did it with one of my my team. We did it all together so that we could actually talk about it and see how we are different. And this is really great that we have different types of the people and different personalities. Thanks to that, we will differently react, we will differently cooperate, we have different powers. And I strongly recommend you, if you have a team and you are a part of a team, to see and do some kind of tests, either DISC, Insight, or any other one that is available on the market, to see who are the people that you are working with. Thanks to that, you may respect others and see them in different eyes. Some of people will have the personality and they will be more dominant. Some of the people will be more influencers. Some of them will be more stabilizing. It will all depend. But thanks to this knowledge that you may gain by doing this kind of a test, for sure you will respect other people. You will realize what are your strong skills, what are your weak parts. And it's really great that whenever you have a team, there is never that everyone is the same. All of us are different, and this is really cool about that. What motivates you? That's the next part. What? Sorry, I just need to check if you. Okay, if you could hear me. The thing about motivation, besides knowing the personality, knowing your hobby, who you are, we have so-called intrinsic motivation. So it's not about the external factors, but the intrinsic motivation is something that is inside of us. If you don't know, there is a book about it, which is called Drive by Daniel Pink, which I really recommend to you to read. It's all about the different factors that are motivating us, but when it comes to our intrinsic motivation. And here, this is part of the Management 3.0 exercise that you can actually do. I did it with one of my teams, where you ask your colleagues in your team to put in the order what are the different values that motivate those people. And here you have the categories such as acceptance, mastery, honor, curiosity, status, freedom, order, goal, power, and relatedness. And then you ask your colleagues in the team to put the numbers and just aggregate them. What is the most important for those people and what is the least important? Thanks to this knowledge later on, you will know how to approach the people in your team, how to boost their motivation, or how to keep their motivation on a proper level, so that they actually can really perform all together as a team, but also individually. So if you have a team member who who values, for example, freedom as the highest score, you will definitely would like to give this person the freedom, because this will be for her or for him the most important, and this will also mean that this person will really be motivated, will be happy at work, and will be performing her tasks in the best way. If you will take the freedom from that person, you may expect that the morale will go down, and because of that also the motivation. So you will watch out on these factors and on the things that the people are focused on. And this exercise you can do differently, virtually or in a room, up to you. You can print this slide, this deck cards. You can do it virtually on a whiteboard, like we did it with my team. Here you can have a lot of fun, but also get to know the people and what are the motivating factors for those guys. The next thing during the forming stage is to sign the contract. So you would like to absolutely have something which will be so-called contract. If you are attending some workshops, quite often you will have some contract at the beginning of the workshop. So the trainer will ask you, or you will collaboratively with your team during the workshop set the ground rules for the training. And this is a type of a contract. For a team that you will work with, you can create a similar contract. You may have different sections there. You may write down what is okay, what is not okay, what methods of the work you are using, what meetings you have, what tools you are going to use, and how, in what situations. All this will help you later on when you will do the work with your team to generally make your life easier and more happier, actually, because you will have a signed document with your team that you can follow. And here you may put whatever you want, what is important. From time to time, you also can refresh that. So just verify it if it's still all the rules are applying, all the ways of working are the same. Maybe something has changed. Maybe we replaced some tools. Maybe we just discovered about some tool that it is no longer applicable for us, or it just creates a mess, so we would like to replace it. All these items you will put in your team contract. And this will be your guidebook for the team, how to work together, how to interact with each other, what values your team also have, and how do you follow them. This is important for a couple of reasons. First of all, when you will have some disputes or arguments in the team, you may refer to the contract saying that, okay, we said that this behavior is not okay. We have written down in our contract that in such situations, we should discuss it together. Or we are not following the regular meetings that we are having. Let's revise what should be in accordingly to our contract, how our meeting should look like. If we are just changing the agenda or some structure of the meeting. I'm doing the contracts with each and every team that I'm working with, and I will tell you that from last couple of years of my experience with different teams in my project, it was one of the best tools ever I have used. The format might be different. You may do it in PowerPoint. You may write it down and keep it in some repository or wiki that you have. This really gives a structure to your teams. This sets the direction for a team. it helps to resolve some disputes that will arise in your team. And it really helps also with onboarding of new people. If there is a situation that we need to have a new person, a new team member, then onboarding in an onboarding process, you can really, it is really helpful that you can actually have this material, give it to the person, explain it, ask for the feedback if a new person agrees to this contract. Maybe she has some other suggestions. Definitely a tool that helps a lot and really is a key player when it comes to building effective and high-performing teams. Part of your contract and generally, if you if you do it, you can also have some fun with your team. And here you may do some team identification workshops. I did it a couple of times. It's usually a very fun exercise during which we are, first of all, creating a team name. We're picking up, and I have used many different ways of choosing the names for the team. And it really helps a lot later on to feel connected. Even though it's like a little thing, it is really great, and people feel really connected to the team, and thanks to that we have some identity as a team. With a team name, we can ask someone to create a logo. We can have our motto. We can also write down what are our superpowers, any other things that may actually help us to build this identification. And the logo that you can see on the slide here, this is the execution leaders team 7. We called ourselves as an ant team. And this is a logo which was created by my sister for our team, which really helped us later on to feel connected, to have a lot of fun during the team integrations. We were having the t-shirts with this logo. We printed the stickers on our laptops with the ant team, so anyone in our organization could see that we are part of the ant team. The great thing about it was that when other teams were seeing this logo and the fact that they heard that we are ant team, it turned out that many other teams in the organization started actually doing their own workshops and finding their own team name, no different than the organizational chart name that we are having. So this might be another thing that will help you during the forming stage. And the thing that is really important is the values. There is a lot of different pictures and list of the values in the internet that you may find. Few that very often I'm using in my teams, and it's not just I'm doing them and I decide to put them. It's rather that that the team members also agree to that. Quite often it is appearing that the values that are the most important are the trust, honesty, being authentic, taking responsibility and ownership, engaging others, and collaboration. And those might be those are of course some of the examples of the values. Very often, besides the fact that we are writing down what values our team is going to follow, recently very popular agile practices that we use are having the values which are similar to those that are on the slide. However, the thing that is important here is that it's not only about this word. It's not only about writing that our value is trust. We should, during the value discussion of our team, we should discuss what does it mean in practice. What is trust for us? What is okay? What are the behaviors that will show that we are trusting each other? Which behaviors are not okay to show that we are not showing the trust to each other? All this stuff will help you a lot, and also could be part of your team contract. I strongly recommend to not only pick up the values, but also talk about them. Talk, what do they mean for you? What do they mean for your team and for the organization? And especially write down what behaviors are going to follow that under this value, and which behaviors are not okay. This really will help you in motivating your team, and also to kind of working simply in every day with your colleagues. Part of the forming, but not only limited to the forming, of course, should be the collocation, some integration, and a lot of fun. We are working together, we are teams, and we should think about it in a way that we are like a group of colleagues that also can have a lot of fun together. It's very important to somehow find a way of collocating. If you are not able, for example, because you are distributed teams, virtual ones in different countries, sometimes or even on different continents, and living in and working in different time zones, try to find a way of doing a collocation. You can do it virtually, but maybe once a year, once a quarter, every couple of months. Maybe you will find also a budget for your team to meet together and do some integration activities. And by integration, it's not only about having a dinner and a beer or wine with your team, which is also important, and you should remember about it. But it might be also some games and exercises that you will do with your team, but not only for the sake of doing those games. It's usually they have a lot of hidden purpose in those. And on these pictures, you can see all of these pictures, by the way, are taken by me. Those are some of my colleagues and teams that I was working with. Doing some of the exercises that and games that allows us to either learn the ways of working. So two of those games with the Lego and with the balls is related to working in Scrum. The game with the shrink is all about trusting each other and collaborating and active listening. And you may use a lot of different things. And of course, nowadays, we have a situation when probably such meetings will not be applicable. So we need to be even more creative to do it online, but this is also possible. So explore the different options and enjoy it with your team, with your colleagues. Do some fun exercises. Try to translate some of those from the face-to-face meetings to online ones. Nowadays, luckily, there are many tools and websites that are helping us to do it. So you can do it. It's just a matter of what you would like to do and how. And there is plenty of different websites that are providing some ideas or ready exercises that you can do for the purpose of integrating with your team, but also with these different purposes. So either you want to improve the active listening or emphasize how active listening is important in your team, or Scrum, or different ways of working, etc. You may use it in plenty different ways. And once you are done with the forming, through this different sets, you already, of course, start executing and doing your job. There is always a moment when so-called storming is coming. And please don't be afraid. That would be my key message for you today. Don't be afraid of storming. Some of the practices, some of the things that you did in the forming stage should already help you to overgo on the storming phase quite smoothly. And one of the books that also inspired me some time back was 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, written down by Patrick Lencioni. And in this book, Patrick is discovering the so-called triangle of 5 aspects of 5 dysfunctions of a team. Those things that you may have here, that you have here, so absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of accountability, and inattention to results. Those are the 5 factors that can show you that your team is dysfunction, or it is maybe associated with the fact that you either skipped or tried to skip the storming phase or ignored that one, and then you will have a dysfunctional team which may have those factors in it. And the elephant that you can see here is is representing the so-called elephant in the room. This is the phrase that you may see quite often in the teams where we have a problem with these dysfunctions, especially with the absence of the trust, which is the first and the basis of this triangle, that we are ignoring some obvious problems or issues or challenges that we have. Everyone from our team is knowing about them. And we are just pretending that this elephant in the room doesn't exist. We need to break it up. We need to make sure that we discuss it in a comfortable space with our team, so that we can get rid of the elephant and get rid of the challenge that we are facing. Elephant is a synonym in this case of an animal that is actually of a problem that everyone is aware of, but no one wants to talk about it. And the leader of a team should navigate the team and facilitate the discussion in such way that we can get rid of the elephant and move forward with our team. When it comes to storming, generally there will be disputes, and they may come quite often, to be honest. Especially in the storming phase, you will see that after the forming, you will have different point of views. People will in your team will start to share and discuss with each other different ideas. Quite often in the teams, there's always someone who is more like a leader, who quite often knows better than the others, or would like to pursue his point of or her point of view. And this is okay. The thing is just, we don't want to have one leader and other people sitting quiet outside in the meeting or in our team. But we would like to engage others and listen to others' opinion. For this purpose, you need to have a good facilitator that will help you in this kind of disputes, or in the situations where someone is taking over the meeting and others cannot share their opinions or their views or ideas. And here it is super important stage where you really need a leader, someone who will help you to overgo through these disputes, through these conflicts. Don't be afraid of them. They will happen. Accept that they will occur. The only important thing here is that how you are going to manage these conflicts, how you are going to manage the disputes that you are having between your team members. There will be different situations, and some of them might not be so easy, but the worst thing you could do is not to react. The best thing you can do is to start reacting, do something about it. You may fail, you may not do it perfectly, but if you are open and honest with your team members, and you will try, you will practice this, and after the time you will also get more experience with resolving the team conflicts, helping the team to overgo through the different conflicts that they may see or face. After the storming, the sky is getting a little bit nicer, a little bit more blue, and we can say that our team is entering the norming phase. During the norming phase, we start to achieve our first successes. We know how to work with each other. We know how to overgo with the disputes, with the conflicts. We know who is the best with what are our superpowers, how to share and split the work, what is important for us, what motivates us. And we start to get the first, we start to see the first results. And in the norming stage, you especially important tool and technique should be for you the retrospection and improvements. Retrospective, you may know from the agile world, from especially it's a ceremony that you may know if you work in Scrum. So we want to follow the Deming cycle, where we are not only planning and doing the work, but we are also checking and acting or adjusting our work. There is plenty of tools that you may use, either online ones or some whiteboards where you will do or on your own creative exercises with your team. And the only purpose here is to check out what we are doing good as a team or individually, what is not working perfectly, and how we are going to address those things which are not working perfectly yet. We may think about some future improvements with the retrospective meeting or session. You may do a lot of things with your team. Put a list of the improvements. Just make sure that you don't overkill the team and don't take too many improvements at the same time. Limit them. You may just decide to do 1, 2, 3 improvement actions or corrective actions in your team for some period of time, and then just check and do the retrospective one more time. Reflect what was working well. If the action that you implemented was actually helpful for you, or maybe not, maybe we should actually adjust it or change it or think about something else. The most important thing is that on regular intervals, you are meeting with your team and you are discussing. No matter if you are working Scrum or Kanban or any other ways of working or methodology or framework, just make sure that from time to time, in regular intervals, you are meeting with your team and you retrospect and you list your improvements. You may have also an improvement wall for your team created, where you are actually listing all the ideas that your team is having and just making sure that they are always in the prioritized order. And then work on them on regular basis as well. During the norming, it is also important, and you can actually start it at the forming stage already, but very important during the norming stage is not to just, think about that, okay, the job is done. We have the ways of working. We are working together. We know how to interact with the disputes. All is fine. Not really. When you are working in a team, many things may happen in the team, but also outside of the team. Some external factors, either from on the organizational level, but very often something that is completely out of our organization, like pandemia situation right now is one of the biggest factors that will interfere people and will impact them. And we need to realize that. So quite important for me and my team members always is to check how we are going, how we are feeling, how our motivation looks like, what is our well-being. Are we okay or we are not? What is our morale? and some regular assessments about either ways of working, the methodology that we are working in, our mood, our motivation. All these assessments will help you also to see if you have any low periods. And it might be that one person from a team becomes demotivated, but it also might be that the whole team becomes demotivated or upset about something. Then you may easily interact and ask the team and have a discussion. You may do it either in a team meeting with your whole team, depending on your team's maturity, but you may also do some one-to-ones and sessions with other team members just to check out what is going on and how we can help each other. Maybe someone is just upset recently because he or she wasn't able to finish a tough task. And maybe she just needs a help, but is afraid of asking for help. And sometimes very simple solutions may really help and change the whole picture. It's all about how we are kind of approaching each other, talking to each other, and if we are actually following the people and observing what is going on in your team. The assessments, this is one of the examples, but as I said, there is plenty of those either ready on the market, available online, but you may also do your own ones, adjusted to your needs, and very important during the norming stage is to check out this regularly. So repeat these assessments to see if there is any trend in your team, if it goes up or it goes down. Generally, from when we start as a team, so from forming, storming, we expect some fluctuation. But when we will go to the norming, we want just to go up, 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 or kind of be stable. And if you will see that something is decreasing, especially in the whole team, it means that we have some problem. And about this challenge, this problem, you need to talk with your team members, raise it up, ask the team members for a feedback. Very good aspect of assessments is also that you may do it anonymously. So you don't have to ask your team members to just sign it. So just to check, and there are usually people are more open if this will be done in the anonymous form, unless your team is already working that well with each other, so they can openly discuss it. I think during the norming stage, also you can start it earlier. The earlier the better. Create some wall or space for your team for the thank you notes. So those kudos cards that are here on the picture there, this is taken from Management 3.0, but you may also inspire by some others decks that are available. In general, thank you notes are cool and people like them. This is a form of giving a feedback only focused on the positive things, but also it shows others that we appreciate someone for the good behavior, for following the values. It's nothing about giving the prizes to the team members, but rather giving some kind of a form of a thank you note. It might be a card, it might be a note. I was doing for some time back, I bought a deck of I don't know, 100 cards with the thank you on the top. They were very colorful ones. And they were like paper cards in the format of the postcard, which when I was having a habit of filling them in and living on some of the desks of my team members. For example, in the morning I was coming in the office and I wanted to make someone a little surprise, and I was leaving the card and writing down that I would like to thank you for great support you gave me during the last workshop with organizing ABCD and so on. Please remember that thank you should be specific it's like giving a very positive feedback, but it has to be specific. So we need to write down what we are thinking for someone and what is the reason that the person receives the card. So this is one thing. Another thing is that we should also celebrate and share our successes. So it is very okay, and sometimes, especially in Polish culture, I think we have a problem of saying what we are personally proud of. If we learned something new, we did something difficult that was difficult for us, we achieved some milestone, we should actually say to each other that we are proud of that, and either individually or as a team. And also in this decks that you may find on this picture here, you have a card which is like proud, and you can be proud of someone else, but you can be proud of yourself. And this is really cool. And those successes, those little things, sometimes bigger, are really building up the motivation and boosting the energy in a team. So encourage others and start with you. Start with yourself. Start writing the thank you notes. Start sharing the successes, your own, but also the team's. This is really important. And with that, also, please remember to celebrate. You may find different ways of celebration, and probably there are plenty of different ideas, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but just remember that this is important to celebrate. Ideally, if we can meet up all together as a team and have some fun, but if not, then there are also other ways of doing that. And now we are moving to the last stage, which is performing. This is when everything is perfect. So generally, we still, of course, have some disputes, but we go with them smoothly. We achieve the successes. We work like a well-made vehicle, like one team that knows what to do and achieves the successes. And the performing team, in general, is something that takes time to build. The more time and the better quality time you will invest, especially during the forming stage, I can assure you that going and getting to the performing through storming, norming until performing, you will achieve very easily. And it is really cool. I was part of the performing teams, and I know how it feels and how happy you can be when you are part of the team that went from all of the stages. You can make a lot of jokes later on about some hiccups and problems from the storming stage, but the performing will be awesome. And at the end, some of my key lessons, my private lessons from my own experience from the last couple of years. This is not everything, of course, but there are some of my reflections after I'm working with the teams, and I would say that KISS rule. So keep it simple and short. Don't overkill with your team with too many tools. I was giving you here some examples through either pictures or through some text on the slides, or I talked about them. All of them are great. However, don't play all of them at once. Use it from time to time. Make sure that you pick it up accordingly to the situation. I was working in teams who hated all these fancy retrospectives with, I don't know, drone boat and with the question what kind of gives us the wind and what actually pulls us out to the water. There will be people who will not like it, and if they don't push them. Just find out the simplest solution, which might be asking a question: what went well and what could have been done better? What ideas you have? Sometimes a discussion is the best. So make sure that you don't overkill your team with too many activities, too many exercises, tools, and so on. Listen. Listen to your team. Listen to the individuals that you are working with. Not only if you are in a leader position. Learn how to actively listen to other colleagues. And this is not an easy exercise, but also listening will really help you to understand and actually pick up the right solutions and adjust them to your team, to your ways of working. Pull, not push. So ask your team what they would like to do, how they would like to do it. Give them the options. If they don't have ideas, give them the options. Propose something, but don't push. Don't throw out the guys new tools, new retrospectives, plenty of different games, exercises, because it may go in totally different direction where the team will be already fed up, not liking those, and instead of achieving the good result, getting to know each other better, and also later on resolving the issues, achieving the successes, you will have an issue. And it might be really, really hard. Already mentioned, sometimes just a discussion. Ordinary, pure discussion, talking to others, either in a team meeting or individually, it is the best. Because sometimes people will just open up when they can actually talk and when they are allowed to talk, when we will ask them the question. That's why it is so important. Start with yourself. So if I don't like something, why others should? If I would like to, if I'm, especially when it comes to the values, if I want my colleagues to trust me, I need to start with myself. I need to trust them first. And I need to show them by my behavior, by how I'm working with them, how I'm talking to them, how I'm writing to them, that I'm also trusting them. If I will not be authentic, if I will not follow the values, but I would expect them to follow the values, this will never work. Something that helps, and usually probably it's strongly related to the optimists, that everything is possible. And believe me, everything is possible. Sometimes there will be things which we will not overcome, and we will not be able to change the world. But if we want to fix something, if, for example, right now we cannot have a team collocation and we would like to have it, let's do it online. It will not be the same, of course, and I agree to that, but we can do some of those things in a different way, and we can still have this part of being together. Make sure that you decentralize decision-making process. This is one of the safe principles which I really like, and I put this tip here because I see throughout my experience that, especially being a really trained engineer, Scrum Master, project manager, I see that in order not to become my own, a bottleneck to my team, I should decentralize decision-making process, and I should actually allow my team members to make the decisions, because they are the best when it comes to executing the work, and they know usually the best. Be transparent what decisions to decentralize, and tell the team which decisions they should actually consult, or maybe they cannot make it. But generally, majority of the decisions, if they don't have a huge impact on the project budget and scope, the team can make. And last but not least, protect and stand by your team. Make sure that you are part of your team, and if they will fail, if they will make a mistake, you are part of that team. Protect that team. Say you are okay with that. It is okay to fail. And I know it from my experience that it will really, really help you, and will help you to build a high-performing team when you will stand by your team, and when you will be able to protect them. The team improvements. Besides the regular retrospectives, you can have something which is called the team improvements list. I used to have this Kanban board on Teams. When I was, for example, joined, this is the example when I joined a team that was already working with each other for months, and I joined them as a release train engineer. For those who don't know SAFe approach, this is like a Scrum Master of Scrum Masters. And as a RTE, I was observing the teams and how the guys were working together. And I created, together with other Scrum Masters, improvements Kanban for the whole team, where we were just deciding what to prioritize and what should be improved in what way and so on. And continuously we were working on that, focusing on those things on regular intervals. Once something was done, we were just moving this to the done part and then taking something different. And something at the end that you may want to remember, and I'm using this picture very often, which is the team can stand for together, everyone achieves more. And this is really powerful, and I always, when I start to work with the teams, I usually start my intro with this slide. A bunch of the books, as I said at the beginning, I'm the bookworm and I read a lot. Some of the books that inspired me when working with the teams, and which I also some practices that I was using in this presentation for you here, are the 5 Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni, Managing for Happiness and Management 3.0 by Jürgen Opello, Team Mastery, From Good to Great Agile Teamwork, Jeff Watts, and Creative Rituals by Courant Ozing and Margaret Hagan. From my side, it's almost everything, but right now, I would like to ask you to, for the next 2-3 minutes, write down what you are proud of. And if we still have time, maybe give me, you can ask me also some questions. So please write down any kudos from this event, from today, to other colleagues, and what you are proud of during this event in the main chat room. If you want, you can write your kudoses or the notes, what you are proud of, in the chat still. From me today, that's all. Unless you have some questions, you can also put them in the chat. And if not, I would like to thank you for today, for this very short presentation. I really encourage you to go to the strefapmi.pl, where you can find mine or also other colleagues' articles. These tools and techniques that I was talking about are more in depth described on the strefapmi.pl, where I also have my own column since last 3 years, I think. When I'm writing about the toolkit of the project manager, and all of them you may find on the portal on strefapmi.pl, and read about them. If something was interesting for you, then go and check out. If you ever have some questions, you may find me on LinkedIn as Ada Grzękowicz or contact me via email. And I would like to thank you, and I'm just checking if we have any questions? I see that Camila wrote that she's proud of organization of this event. Great job, Strefa PMI. Thank you for invited and possibility to be the participant. Yes, I would like to thank as well to the team who invited us here as part of Strefa PMI. Really well organized, good contact with you guys, and good support. So thank you so much one more time, and enjoy the event.